Alright guys, I'm back. I'm on my own this time. We had some technical difficulties. Hopefully they'll be solved from now on. But we've got to fix that. Permanently, turns out that all my test streams were for absolutely nada. Because I somehow missed everything that makes bringing in someone from Skype work. And I've got to change my, not the overlay, restream chat box. Realise I've got to put in the new chat box. There we go. That should be the chat box we have here, and I'll just test. Oh. Reload. Test. Oh, hold on, we're connecting the channels. Megan needs to build more models. Test. Ugh. No, log out of there. Trying to fix my Twitch channel of Empire. Okay, so we got Megan now. I'll switch. Okay, right, we've got you. We've got you. I won't have you on screen for now because that's just complicating stuff right now. But right, okay. Got 3 people watching on activate chat channel. How do I activate the chat channel? Chat. Channel. Chat channel. Test. Ugh. Just trying to get the restream chat to work. But I don't think that's going to work. I think I'm just going to have to do chat in each individual bits. Right, test. Yep, okay, so that works, but for some reason it doesn't connect to Facebook. That is very annoying. That is extremely annoying. Okay, that's annoying. It doesn't. So it brings me in my. Hey, Megan. Yeah, I will grab you the. Lindsay's got a pair of obviously lightning. There's a pair of lightning headphones actually, a headset on your desk. There's a pair of headphones on your desk. Not desk, your dresser. Oh, alright. I mean, there's an actual new... Oh. Oh, right, okay. Well, I can send you a when Lindsay goes down, I can actually send you an audio interface. Right, now I'm going to do some dry brushing. Okay, right. Okay. You can't see me. Can you hear me? Why am I not live? Why am I not on Facebook? Why am I not on Facebook? Well, apparently I am on Facebook. I've got 5 people watching me on Facebook, but I can't see the stream. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Graham says, alright, how's the freight in progress on? I think Skype is calling no end of all testifying beforehand, always the way though. Yep, that is true. What I am doing now is I'm going to dry brush my armour. Iron Hand Steel, just to bring that colour back up after the wash of Basilicanium Grey. Now, I like using air paints to dry brush. It's something that Peachy mentioned on Warhammer Live, that he finds the best... Oh, I missed a bit with the wash. I'm going to have to put that aside. Missed her helmet. He said that he finds that with normal paint, if you need to dry brush them, it's best to add a little liquid to them before, which sounds counterintuitive, but it actually, having tried it, I will actually say it is actually really, really good. It does work. It does work. So I am going to say, you know, air paints, fantastic for dry brushing. Absolutely phenomenal for dry brushing, in fact. Yeah, so it's just bringing up the colour back up in these areas, and then I'm gonna edge highlight them. Well, I think I might leave edge highlighting for a bit. I think I might go on to getting down some of the other colours. So get the corset down, get the functional metal down, because I don't do... You know what? I haven't posted in about this. I need to post about it in a few areas, so I'll do that when I do my next wash, which will be a little while. But I need to post in Battle Bunker, because Just said I could. Because Just is an awesome guy. Awesome guy. By the way, Henry, whoever you are, I don't know which Henry this is, but Henry, whoever you are, get in contact. You have won a prize. But I'll keep that prize open for you. You have got a prize available. But obviously we want to do my next draw. I'll tell you what, we'll do the next draw in a little bit. We'll do the next draw in a little bit. Like, I'll do this dry brushing, and then I'll give the wash on the next penitent engine, and then we'll do another... Oh! Drop me Seraphim. Boo, 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 boo. I really hope the Seraphim... They've got a new form of Seraphim now, Megan. But the multi-build kit builds another kind of Seraphim. It builds the what do they call it? The Seraphim with a Z. And they have power swords. I mean, there's a part of me that's like, strength 3 power swords. Is that really going to be that great? But they look cool, you know. Jump Pack Sisters... Dropped another one. This is because they aren't on flipping bases. Jump Pack Sisters of Battle with power swords, and the leader can carry like a big battle standard. Looks absolutely phenomenal. Love it. They look awesome. But Sisters models all look awesome. I've always wanted a Sisters of Battle model, but as I said, the metal really did put me off. I felt my mate, well, I don't know if we're mates anymore, because he's not. I don't think I've seen him for ages, and he came off Facebook, or at least he stopped being my friend on Facebook. But he was a nice guy. Craig from the Warhammer Club. I think I saw him a few years ago in town. That's Newcastle. He lives in Sunderland, as far as I'm aware. Going to Games Workshop there. But anyway, babbling. He had a Sisters of Battle army, and that was one of the things that really sold me, because it just looks so great on the battlefield. It was arm-armored lady, so, you know, a bit generic. for sisters, but they just looked the business. And but unfortunately, I felt his carry case, and it was heavy. Oh yeah, and when you think about it, he had vehicles that were basically big, solid chunks of metal. Absolute solid chunks of metal. Sat on the thing, and I mean, you could genuinely kill a man with this. You really could. I reckon you'd have no problem killing a man with this particular carry case. I mean, some of the models on their own probably would have done the job, but yeah, the Exorcist. That's a heavy bugger. But yeah, and yeah, the Exorcist was a particular piece of awesomeness. The Repressor, the Seraphim. There was just nothing about that army that made me not want to buy them. Graham says he'll catch up with me later. Give me a shout if I want some company later. That would be awesome, Graham. Yeah, if you get a chance to later, some company would be great. But let's get on with this. So yes, here we go. So we'll get on with this. Now, see, Space Marines would have been way easier. Part of me thinks way easier, but I think they've got more edge highlighting required. Although the other thing I had sort of said maybe I'll do is the what was I going to say? The Flesh Eater Quartz, that was another one. I thought I'd do a whole, essentially start collecting Flesh Eater Quartz. Well, it wasn't quite a start collecting. It was the premium pack from Mortal Realms. I was going to say maybe I'll do them for the thing. Now, I am thinking at some point this morning, the door might go, because I am actually expecting my delivery of Mortal Realms today. So the door might go at some point. Right, I'm just going to wash my brush off because it's getting a bit tacky. Barry's commented on the video just now. Go to my profile. Right. Current video on there now. Yeah, the Facebook video thing is a bit annoying because it isn't sort of saying the stream has ended. It's like letting people watch older stuff. James, what do I think about using the Sisters models of Cults and Militia, Michael? Would it work, or are they 240k? I think it would work. I definitely think it would work. There's definitely some what do you call them? Provenances of war. Is there provenances of war? The militia thing. It's been a while since I looked at the militia list, but yeah, there's definitely some things that would work in there, like Survivors of the Dark Age to account for the power armor. Scoticus, here at the moment. Can we have a tour of my games room? I can get some photos. And pop them up. But as for a tour, I don't know. I don't know whether Lindsay would appreciate, because literally the space next to me, I've got to have a tidy up of it in a bit. Because Lindsay's going to sit down and do some stuff later, is an absolute tip. And it's Megan's desk. And she's going to kill your desk. Yes, your desk. Yeah. You want a tour of... Yeah, pictures would be cool. Well, it's not really a games room. This is an office. It's the office, because my wife, Lindsay, she works from home. I won't tell you what she does for a living, because I think she probably, she might, I think she'd probably like, you're sharing too much personal information. But she does a very important key worker job from home, and she's been working from home for, it must be 10 years now. So she's an old hand at this, working at home, but she was getting a bit depressed over the past couple of years, because we used to live in a little flat in Newcastle. Oh, Lindsay's just caught dropping in. Hello, Lindsay.
Talking about, I might be a few minutes behind because you're talking about me.
Yes.
About the office.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's not say what I do.
I'm not going to say what you do.
But yeah.
All right. Trust me, I'm not going to do that.
Talk about the office.
Okay.
But yeah, we call the office not the newsroom.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
I know. I was listening. I've got the video. I've got the video playing up here. The Animal Crossing.
Okay. All right. Lindsay is sort of a few minutes behind because everybody has a few minutes behind because the live stuff. So she's on there saying, "Don't say what I do for work. Yes, it's the office, not the games room." It's like, yeah, okay. This is the totally a spy. No, she's not a spy. No, she works in the utilities sector. I'll just say, but yeah, she is a key worker, and. I can't really show you her desk because it's got stuff on that she can't show because as I said, she works in a reasonably sensible job. She's going to come and growl at me, she says. Okay, right, yeah. So this isn't really a games room. It's an office. Because Lindsay was getting quite depressed about the fact that she didn't have people to talk to in the day, that she was not in an office, that she was on her own and isolated. I mean, for me, that's just a dream. I mean, that would be like, yeah, I'm up for that. Absolutely up for that. I would, yeah, exactly what a spy would say. Yeah, Lindsay, headcanon, you're now a spy. She's a spy. I think she's still on the Alexa intercom in the background, but I can't really hear her because I've got the headphones on. Yeah, but Lindsay is now a spy. That's the headcanon. Right, so I'm going to Agrax Earthshade up the Penitent engine. Now I've primed this in lead belcher. Give it a quick coat of lead belcher, and I'm going to give it another coat, another wash. This time, Agrax Earthshade. And the reason for that is because I think it makes the metal look really grimy, horrible, industrial when it gets those two washes. And given the law that these are made out of bits of scrap. So yeah, anyway, so Lindsay was getting depressed about being on her own, not having people to talk to in the day. So what we did is I had my own little studio up in the top floor, and we were like, okay, I'll move out of that studio. We're supposed to turn it into a spare bedroom, but right now it's a resting place for junk. We need to get on to that because I've got too much stuff sitting up there. Need to get in the attic properly. So why am I a spy? I didn't get that. You're a spy, Lindsay, because I'm not telling people what your job is. But I am saying you're very important. Okay, so she was getting absolutely, it wasn't doing her mental health any good, being on her own for so long in the day. So I've moved down to be her, and Megan's moved down as well, because we actually share a desk, me and Megan do. We've got a big, long desk from IKEA, and we both share our painting desk. Although Megan always complains because I dump stuff on her side. She is right. I'm a terrible, terrible, terrible painting partner, and I do not take her feelings into consideration. So that's that. So, yeah. Yeah, you got to put it. All right. Yeah, I'm getting the whole, I'm in trouble. Yeah, so this room is our office. I moved down here with my desk and we work in here. What it's a bit of a mishmash actually, because it actually contains our board game collection as well. So it does look like, as well as all my Warhammer. So, well, not all my Warhammer, because a lot of my Warhammer is upstairs in the junk room. Because I've got too much of it. Oh, I really do. To be fair, I thought I was getting a lot more storage space when we put up the shelves, but... No comment. Yeah, maybe. I've got a bit much. I've got too many armies. And oh god, and I've got unstarted projects lying in boxes. Oh god, like I've got an entire Deathcore Krieg army somewhere, and I'm like, I should sell that because that's worth a lot of money. But I'm like, no, I want a Deathcore Krieg army. I will one day paint my own Deathcore Krieg army. I'm busy painting Nikki's at the minute, but one day I'll do my own. Okay, right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to grab lead belcher, and I'm going to paint the functional metals. I'm also going to grab, so the functional metals being like bolt guns and stuff. I do have lead belcher in here. I know I have lead belcher in here. Iron Warriors. I can never spot it when I want it. Why have I got 2 pots of Iron Warriors on the go? I will need the Iron Hand Steel. Oh, I had the lead belcher already out. Yes, of course I did. I did the Penitent Engine. Right. There's that. Right. Medium layer brush. Touch of water. I'm going to get these functional metals done. I figure the functional... I like to do the functional metals on these guys a different shade because it breaks it up a little. I mean, they're going to get washed again with Basilicanum Grey, but... I think if all the metals are Iron Hand Steel, it looks a bit daft. It's like when you get the Grey Knights. I've seen people do the Grey Knights and all their metals are literally the bluey grey. I just think that looks. I just think that looks weird. I mean, obviously, your own hobby. Off for dinner now, Scott says. He's seeing how I'm going to do it during the day. Cool. We will get some photos put up on Facebook about what the room looks like, seeing as you've asked. So I think Lindsay wants to take those and make sure that they're pristine and don't include her desk. Yeah. I think if you've got, if I've got a metal that's heavy, a model that's heavy on the metallics, I do like to make sure I'm using a few different metallics to try and break it up a bit, because otherwise it can look very, very samey. Deathcore Krieg has been slowly killed off on Forge World, so some units are pretty valuable, also difficult to get hold of if you change your mind. Yeah, that's the problem. I've got like a bunch of Grenadiers and a bunch of stuff that's out of print, like, you know, like the Death Rider Commissar, and I'm like, I know I could make some money off these. I know I could make quite a bit of money off these, but I really want that army myself. I think it's hard because it's a beautiful army, but it's mostly infantry I've got. I need to get to make it. No, I've got a couple of artillery pieces as well. I just can't. The problem I'm having with deciding what to do for the I'm going to make this gold, actually. Never mind, I'm not going to do it lead belcher. I'm going to do it gold. Deciding what to do with the Deathcore Krieg, because I don't know whether to do a tank army or an artillery siege army, or, you know, it's figuring out a theme for it. That's my main problem at the minute. I need to figure out a theme. What's going to make that army unique for my collection? Because I don't like to have armies that are all the same. You know, it's like Heresy. I've got a very generalist Heresy army in the Ultramarines. They literally have a bit of a lot of stuff. I think the only thing they don't really have a lot of is tanks. They don't really have tanks, but my Heresy tank army is going to be my Death Guard, because not a lot of people do because I want to do armor breakthrough for Death Guard, because it's not something that they're that closely associated with, if it makes any sense. But it is something. Yeah, so I'm going to do it, but I know they definitely would do it, if that makes any sense. Heresy Death Guard Tank Army. Because they would definitely do it. It's just, it's not something you see done very much. Oh yeah, she needs her... oh no, yeah, these are functional metal. Because these are power whips. Yeah, Lindsay's inner what you call it, dominatrix was like all about the whip on the Repenter Superior. Oh yeah, this set. I know it's only, you know, it's monopose, it's thingy, but it is beautiful. It is honestly, it's an amazing set. Right, what I'm going to do now is I've decided, change my mind about something. I'm going to go back and I'm going to do their grenades, because I am doing their grenades black. Normally I do my grenades in silver, but I've decided that these guys have got too much silver on with the silver armor, so I'm doing them silver. But now I am base coating these grenades in lead belcher, and that might sound counterintuitive if I'm going to make them black, but I'm going to use black Templar, the contrast paint. So they're going to have a kind of metallic black to them, which I think again sets it off from any other blacks that I've got in there. Oh, lucky you. Yeah. I thought Lindsay was going to be down with you before now, so my lunch was planned to be, she was going to bring me out some KFC, but I'll have to be an afternoon snack now. Yeah. Okay, so I did her thing. So I'm going to be on my own for a bit. If anybody does want to join me, just say so, and we can sort out a Skype thing. But in the meantime, we're there. Lindsay, if you want to come down and join me for a bit to, you know, keep me company, that'd be cool. Right, okay, right. Speak to you in a bit, Megan. Bye-bye. Okay. Right, so it's just me on my own. So as I said, I'm just doing the functional metal right now. Always fun. Oh yeah, it's gone quiet because Megan's not there. She doesn't have the background noise. So before Lindsay goes off, she's going to go down and spend a little bit of time with Megan and her parents. Socially distanced, of course. They've got a bit of a yard. I never actually knew they had a yard. I've been going to their house for what, 10 years, and I never knew they had a backyard. I thought it was just always that's where your gas, your oil, their oil tank was. Because I mean, I know it's a fairly big oil tank. I can hear a baby crying. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I'm guessing one of my neighbour's kids is having a bit of a meltdown. Poor Ben. We know what kids are like. I'm terrible for kids though. I always want to spoil them rotten. I always want to spoil my nibblings rotten. Don't have kids myself, but my brothers and my sisters and actually all my brothers and sisters, including the in-laws, have kids. Most of them multiple. And I always like to spoil them, and I'm always getting in trouble for spoiling them. Like the other week we were in last weekend actually, we went to Newcastle and we popped into Meeple Perk, which is the board game cafe in Newcastle on Clayton Street, I think it is. I'm terrible with street names in Newcastle. I just know where it is. I'm pretty sure it's Clayton Street, next to where Woolies used to be. And Heron Foods. It's a great place, run by my excellent friends Drew and Rhiannon. They're amazing people. They're currently open for takeaway, so if you want to take away coffee or panini, go see them. Okay, they're great. So that's my shilling for someone else done. Check should be in the post, I hope. Nah, I'm only kidding. And they were selling off a bunch of games, including a couple that my nephew absolutely adores. He's only 4, but it's Clayton Street. Lindsay's just confirmed it is Clayton Street. but he does he's 4, but he's been enjoying playing a few board games. One of those is Castellan, which was an excellent game published by Steve Jackson Games. I used to work for them a few years ago. They're a really good company, really good games, and they make this castle game, and he's really good at that. But Jane has that. But he also loves this Lego game called Shave the Sheep. Andrew was getting rid of some of the games that were less played, and he had this for sale, and Jane was all like, and Willem was all like, oh, can we have the game? Can we buy the game? Can we buy the game? Because it's one he loves. It's one he loves. He was going on about it. The one thing I do love about Willem in the cafe is he literally, all he's been talking about in lockdown is, can we go play board games at the cafe? Can we go play board games at the cafe? So it's like, I've got to buy my big board game. I've got to buy my kids' board game for Christmas. You know, proper one, like Catan Junior or Carcassonne Junior. Only I've got Carcassonne Junior, and Lindsay and his mum are all like, yeah, but we've got that, so we can come and play it at ours. Get him something different. So I'm considering getting him. Well, I'm got to figure out what to get him. Got to figure out a good kid game to get him that he's going to enjoy. That his brothers aren't going to be able to destroy, because he's got 2 little brothers, 2-year-old and 1-year-old. That his brothers aren't going to be able to destroy, and he's going to be able to have fun with. Because I think board games for kids are amazing. But don't play them Monopoly. Give them good board games. There are some great board games out there. One type of board game I've been liking a lot is, it was introduced to me at a convention where I was working with Asmodee. Asmodee being the main board game distributor in the UK, and it's called Brain Boxes.
Yes, hello.
Oh, Lindsay's just arrived, and the Brain Boxes are really good for kids. Really highly recommend them for kids. Ah, dropped a model.
You dropped a model, dude.
I did drop a model. I can actually take these headphones off now.
You can.
I don't have Skype on, so I can take the headphones off now. So yeah, I don't have to have them on. Ooh. Yeah.
It's me, Lindsay.
Hello. Right. Oh, what's it doing now? I need dried bark. I'm going to do the corsets.
How about I take some pictures for you?
Yeah. Yeah, Lindsay's going to take pictures of the gaming area now. I'll get her to post them in the...
Oh, it's so good to see you here.
Andrew says, hello, lady. Oh, we play the Lego games with my 5-year-old, says Anthony. Yeah, yeah.
Hi, I'm a lady.
Willem loves his Lego game, doesn't he? Right, so let's get these corsets done. I'm doing it now. They're going to be sort of like a really dark leather.
Is there a reason why we have a thing on the floor here?
What thing?
This thing.
Oh, it's an old a Tupperware tub that you get with the Chinese takeaways. She's asking about. Basically, I put in some models in there to be primed, and they figured, no, it needs to get washed, Lindsay. Just needs to get washed.
You ain't putting food in it, dude.
You ain't putting food in it?
Well, no, you've used it for priming and shit.
No, I didn't prime in it. I put models that had just been primed in it.
Why do we have salt here?
Why do I have salt there? I tried salt weathering.
Where do you want your salt?
I don't use it. It failed for me.
So do we just have random salt now?
We now have random salt. Well, the salt thing needs refilling, doesn't it? So
I'll put it in the kitchen then.
yeah, so it can go in the salt grinder. I tried salt weathering. I couldn't make it work for me. I mean, a lot of people swear by it, but I just couldn't make it work for me. I just couldn't get it off, and I ended up with horribly textured tiles. But it's one of those things that I'm terrible at, getting at some stuff, and no matter how many times people, it's like airbrushing. People tell me, oh, you just need to do this, get a consistency of milk. And it's like, well, I buy, what milk should I get to the consistency of? Semi-skimmed, skimmed?
They're all the same, dude.
They're not. No, semi-skimmed is very different to fully fat, and obviously skimmed is,
I know. I'm joshing with you.
It's very annoying that it's like.
Where's this go?
What that? Just pop it up there for now.
tidying up a bit before I take pictures.
Are you tidying up?
Yes.
My diorama there needs fixing because it got broken by a cat.
Oh, which cat?
Not saying.
Was it Misty?
Not saying.
Was it the best cat, Misty, apparently, by any chance?
It was Misty.
It was Misty.
Got a little diorama of a Tyrannid Carnifex about to kill a blood angel. Did it for a club, not club. It was for a store painting contest when what was it called again? It was a box set with a box battle set with blood angels and Tyrannids came out. My store in Newcastle. This was the one that was in Clayton Street. It was in Clayton Street.
Before it moved.
Before it moved. Lovely
It
store.
was on Newgate Street, darling.
Oh, Newgate Street.
Newgate.
Well, it was on the corner of Clayton Street. Well,
Yes.
not even. It was near Clayton Street.
As
As I said,
Clayton Street.
it was in the Newgate Mall. It was in the Newgate Mall. The manager, Martin, who... no, it wasn't Martin. It was Mal and Ray. They ran a diorama competition for the theme of Blood Angels versus Tyranids. And I won with my terrible... It is a terrible...
Terrible.
I might try and repair it today so we can get some photos of it.
He loves to pull his own work down. It's not terrible.
It's the first and only time I've ever attempted to diorama. I don't like it. First and only time I've attempted to diorama, and yeah, it was all right, but it won, and I was quite surprised, and I got a £40 voucher from the store, which was fantastic. I think it was coinciding with an event. I can't remember now. I think it might have been the Blood of Baal. Not Blood of Baal. Is it Blood of Baal? No, Shield of Baal. But, you know, campaign set that was out there at the end of... it was the first time we got 32mm bases for Space Marines as well. Anyway, I did that set. It's I'll give it a repair. The thing. The cat sort of cringed it and some of the limbs have come off, so I just need to super glue them together. But I remember because I was playing in an Apocalypse game with... I was playing with Nathan Young and Nicholas Bates and someone else. We were playing an Apocalypse game. I had my Space Wolves, and we were playing because my Space Wolves. Well, I built my Space Wolves army and painted that really stupidly quick. I mean, it was the quickest army I'd ever built and done. I was just like, right, I actually really like the fluff. I really like the thing. I wanted to do this for a while. I was going to end it, and I did like a 4,000 point army in like 2 months. It's crazy. I don't think I could do that now. Well, maybe, probably not. Anyway, yeah, so we were playing this. I was playing with...
This Carcassonne picture does not want to stay flush.
Actually, no, I wasn't playing with
There
Nick.
we go.
Nick was playing on another table, but he was upstairs. Yeah, because we used to have a battle bunker at the Newcastle store. We had this little bit upstairs with a bunch of tables, including a couple of big Apocalypse ones. It was really good. Really good, but obviously when the store moved, we lost that, which is a real shame. It did mean for a long time that there wasn't really a viable there wasn't really a viability for an independent gaming club in Newcastle, because, you know, as much as it's you know, I love Warhammer, I love Games Workshop, but there are some other fantastic games out there. Absolutely, some really fantastic games out there that lots of people should go and watch. I mean, you know what? It's bad, but I keep being tempted by Star Wars Legions. I know it's a money sink, but damn, it's tempting. You know, the clone troopers and droids really get me, because I know, you know, people bash on the prequel trilogy, but I love clone troopers and I love droids. I think they're great. I think they're lovely. They're just fantastic looking things. I mean, the droid tank, thing of beauty. but I keep being tempted by that. But I've got too much other stuff. Like I've got a Batman game, Suicide Squad. What? On the one hand, I'm a little bit about because I bought it because people at the Durham Raiders, my local club, were playing a load of it, and it was like, oh, all right, yeah, I'll give it a shot. I like the idea of doing a Suicide Squad. Bought the Suicide Squad box game, and then like a week later, oh, here is second edition. I was like, oh, all right then. And then since then, they've done third edition, and I just can't. It felt like it was really quick to jump to third edition, and I know I'm a Warhammer player. They change models.
No, I don't want to do
Oh,
that.
Lindsay's.
I just wanted to look at the comments, but
Oh yeah, you can just mute it. Isn't it cool to like the prequels and hate the new ones? Yeah, I think that is the thing these days. Actually, you know what? Isn't there a mute button?
There's a mute button when like I'm in there. But as soon as I click to see the comments.
Oh, that's annoying. Maybe just mute your phone, or turn the volume down on your phone.
Oh, good point.
I
don't think of the obvious things sometimes.
Yeah, I do think it is cool at the minute to hate to think the prequels are underappreciated and love the old ones. Yeah, the Batman night models have always just put me off with the whole. It was like the new Harry Potter. It was like less in the air, and it was like, here's a new edition of Harry Potter. I was like, oh, a new edition.
Pictures in here.
A new edition already. I don't know if you can put pictures in there. Yeah, I can put avatar, emojis, gifts. Okay. I can just post them. Why don't you post them on a public? Why don't you put them on an Instagram post, and I will and link the put a link to the Instagram post in the comments.
Yeah.
That will do. Okay, so right now I'm just waiting for that to dry. I'm just thinking, what can I do now? You know what? I'm gonna do a draw. Let us check how the fundraising is going. Right, we are fundraising, guys, for the Willow Foundation. We're still at £260, so that is 130% above my target. Thank you. You guys are amazing. We've got Mr. Late has been added, so I will add him. He's not said how much he's donated. That's cool. You don't have to. But I'm going to add Mr. Late to the raffles. So you got ticket 217, Mr. Late. Henry, you won the first prize. Drop us a message on Edge of Empire or send us an email to therush@Edge of Empire, and we will sort you out with your prize, okay? You get to pick. Right, so let's generate a new number. Right, 57, prize 57. Kieran, I know which Kieran this is. So that's cool. Kieran, you've won a prize. I will share the prize sheet. Why do I share prize sheet? Get link, copy link. At Kieran, you won a raffle prize. Pick something here. That is a horrible link. I should shorten that actually. Okay, so the second prize has been won by Kieran. So how many prizes do we actually have? It'd help me if I added these together. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 plus the grand prize. The grand prize is... I'll show you the grand prize in a minute because I brought them downstairs. Second prize. So we've got 22 is Kieran Jones. The grand prize, which I'm going to draw tomorrow. This. Adeptus Titanicus Titan Battle Group. You have in here a Warlord Titan, a pair of Warhound Scout Titans, and a Reaver Battle Titan. They're all with the original weapons, the two things, but absolutely beautiful models. These are some of the nicest models I've ever painted. Honestly, Christopher, who made the models, is always a genius. Absolute genius. Right, does that link take me to that sheet, or is it? Yeah, it does take me to that sheet. So yeah, Kieran's won a prize. That's fantastic. Good for you. Right, okay, I'm waiting for that to dry. Right, in the meantime, what I'm going to do, I'm waiting for this to dry because I've not got much to do, is I'm going to, this is a bonus model I'm doing. It is a repressor. I know these are being made these are basically being made a Legends unit. I don't care about that. I don't play competitively. It's one of those models that I hope when the sisters get their inevitable next codex, and hopefully they get some new models, they do a conversion kit for the Rhino or whatever to make the standard Rhino, to make a plastic repressor, because I think it's just such an iconic piece of equipment for the Sisters of Battle. I mean, maybe it's not as iconic as the Exorcist or the Immolator, but I think it's definitely got its. I think it's just such a Sisters thing. But I've got a couple of these kits lying around somewhere. As I said, I'm one of these people who, when I was making bank really good, I used to just buy stuff. I was like, yeah, I'll get round to this one day. I'll get round to this one day. I'll do it. Hence why I've got a big pile of unfinished stuff. I was like, I'll get round to this, you know, because I used to work in not a high-powered job, but, you know, a busy job. It kept me busy, and it was like, it took up all my time. And I never got much time to paint or anything. Obviously much different from the situation I find myself in these days, where I've got lots to do. But on the plus side, that has given me a huge backlog of stuff to paint. Unfortunately, I still buy stuff. I say unfortunately. Well, it is unfortunate for Lindsay and Megan, because they hate it. They're like, what have you added to the pile of shame now? I did go through a bit of a splurge earlier this year. I saved quite a bit of money from stuff I was doing last year. Sold off a few bits and bobs. Did a little bit of paid work for some, well, I say paid work, you know, like bonus work, like market research type of stuff. Mostly for KFC. And this KFC thing where they give me like, they send me surveys and give me 20 quid literally every time I go to a store. It's not running at the minute, which is a bit of a shame, because it's like, you know, it's a bit annoying, but I get like, you know, I get asked questions and send videos in about what are my feelings about such and such a meal, or what do I think about this. It's great. So what I'm doing now is I'm just putting in a little bit of basilicanium grey into the recesses of this repressor. I think this is actually going to be a reasonably easy job, because typical, because it's not that much in the way of colours, so hence why I'm not feeling that terrible about doing it today. Just had it built. Kieran says, nice one, Michael. Keep painting. He'll be back to keep me company later in the evening. Well, just decide what you want, Kieran. Then we can get it sent off. It won't be this week, but it will get sent off. Unless you want one of the digital prizes, in which case I can get you that code right away. What this does have is the extra armor panels, because when I bought it I did want the spaced armor, but it never seemed to be. I never seemed to. I just meant to get spaced armor for it. I never got it at the time because that's what the Forge World picture had it with, and looked great. But they never had the spaced armor. So by the time I went to get spaced armor for this, it was long out of production. So I got extra armor instead. So, because I think it's a riot control vehicle, it needs to look thingy. So I think I've got 2 more lying around. Pretty sure I've got 2 more lying around. So what I'm probably going to do with them is, one's going to go to the sisters for sure, and the other, and I might get a bit of slack for this one from some people, because they're like, why you wouldn't do this to a sisters? Why would you do this to a print model? I'm not going to destroy it, but what I'm actually going to do is paint it up as an enforcer's transport, and I'm going to use it as scenery for Necromunda. So it's just going to be abandoned in the middle of the Zone Mortalis. Probably in the area, because my Zone Mortalis board isn't going to be a traditional Zone Mortalis of all corridors, because I've always thought, I love the corridors section, and yeah, keeping it claustrophobic is great, and that's the whole point of Zone Mortalis. But I think that I want to have a slightly different Zone Mortalis board, not to be the same level of restrictiveness as a traditional Zone Mortalis board is, with just corridors. I want to have some more functional areas in the on the board as well. So I want to basically get a square which is some galvanic servo haulers and a bunch of armored containers. Bunch of armored containers for, sort of like this is a loading area, and then I want to put in some Sector Mechanicus stuff as well. So I want some of those big. At some point I'm gonna get another Kill Team starter set, because that's a really good value way of getting some Sector Mechanicus scenery. And I'm just gonna have that in there, because like the big ferrotonic incinerator you get in there, that's a nice great big line of sight blocking thing, and it's like, yeah, this is a proper tank. It's storing whatever the local, be like storing your local, the local sector's sewage, potentially. Charming. But I want to make it all sorts of functional. And I'm going to try and do it a really grimy, dirty industrial feel. That was something I did consider doing for this challenge. Should I do my Zone Mortalis stuff? But I was like, you know what? It is too much. It is too much. It's unrealistic. So, yeah, so maybe I should actually mention why I'm doing this. I'll probably have to do this a few times during the stream, because, I don't expect anybody to sit here and watch me paint all day, because let's face it, I am a boring bugger to speak to. Oh, and am I speaking? Am I not, Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
She's agreeing. Yeah, so I am doing this. Growing up, I grew up in, I'm from Newcastle, but spent a lot of my formative years, about 10 years, in a little town in Suffolk called Sudbury, which was the home of Thomas Gainsborough. Also, the first place in the UK to elect a ethnic minority MP. Although he never actually sat in the House of Commons because he, significant electoral fraud, and he was declared insane before he could take up a seat. But they elected him anyway. It was a rotten borough, so That's all you need to know about Sudbury of those days. But anyway, we moved to a street called. Actually, if I say what street I spent a lot of years on, Lindsay, would that like leave me open to like social engineering and stuff?
Potentially. I'd probably just not mention it.
Okay, I grew up in this little housing, in this nice little house. It was all right. I had no central heating though. In Suffolk, in Sudbury, in a little housing estate called Springlands, which people were like, "Oh, it's rough as hell. It's all nasty. It's all rough. It's it's a rough place. That's where rough people live." Trust me, guys in Suffolk, if you still think Springlands is rough.
I've never lived in Newcastle, man.
Yeah, you've never lived in Walker. I've lived in Walker. I've lived in Benwell. I've lived in some really rough places. Springlands is literally palatial compared to those. Trust me, you're different now rough. Anyway, we had... when we moved there, we didn't really know anybody on the street, and my mum became firm friends with her Avon lady, Rosie. Rosie is a wonderful lady. I love Rosie. She's basically my aunt. Not in blood, but she is my aunt. And her kids became our friends. We used to hang out together. It was great. We went on holiday, sleepovers. Her kids are all, in all but actual blood, family. They are the people who I miss the most living up here in Suffolk. In Newcastle. Well, I live in County Durham now, but they're the people I miss the most. My brothers, my sister. Although they all don't. Only one of my brothers lives in Suffolk now. The other brother lives in Cornwall, and my sister lives in like Woking. But yeah, they're the people who you miss the most. Anyway, but these guys I miss just as much as my brothers and sisters. And one of them, Lee, the middle child. He sadly developed cancer. I think it was non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I'm going to admit I tend to block stuff like that out. I'm not very good at handling that kind of stuff. It gets to me. And I block it out. My way of coping is to block out the details. Just accept it. It's cancer. It's a bad thing. I was the same when my nephew Dylan. He was diagnosed with lymphoma very, very young. He was like 2, and brave soldier. He's 13 now. He's all clear. He's brilliant. He's a great kid. Anyway, Lee sadly did not survive. He passed away. Absolutely devastating. He was so full of life. You met him once, Lindsay, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Yeah, he was just... You rarely saw him without a smile on his face. He was cheeky as anything. And... yeah. I have nothing but pleasant memories of the chap. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying not to cry. Anyway, he was a budding musician. He was quite a talented musician. He was the man who introduced me to Muse, who I like a lot. Not as much as Lindsay or Lee did. I think this is why Lindsay and Lee would have gotten on well if they'd have properly gotten to meet, because they got very similar musical tastes. He introduced me to Orange and the Symmetry. It was fantastic.
Is that not me?
Oh, my sheet is locked. No, Lee introduced me to Orange and Symmetry. Oh, my sheet is locked. Share. How do I share this? Right. How do I change that? Oh, how do I share the link? Right, add sharing restrictions. Change link to michaelbottrell.com. Viewer, michaelbottrell.com. Anyone with a link. Done. Right, Kieran, I will send you a message in a minute, but the sheet should be unlocked now. If you want to have a look. Terrible of me to leave it locked. I'm overlooking all this stuff. Anyway, Lee was Lee was a budding musician, and I'm not sure how. I always forget. I'm always hazy on this detail. I think even the organisation that was set up in Lee's name, Lee Stock was or Lee Fest. I'll get the proper link for it in a minute. I always get the two mixed up. Anyway, they Lee Stock. Lee
Fest was taken.
Yeah, Lee Fest. It was Lee Fest initially, but then when they got a bit bigger, it turned out there was another Lee Fest, and they were like, yeah, you need to change your name. And there wasn't any like hard feelings over it. It wasn't like a, over it. It was just sort of like, yeah, no problem. It's all for charity. Anyway, anyway, so he and some of his friends in his band were taken to London for a weekend. They got to go for a lovely meal, and then they spent time in a proper music studio, like proper full-on professional, and they spent a day laying down a track in a, this was like Lee's big ambition in life, and it's amazing. They did their track, and they went home, and it was a great day. It was sort of like a real ray of sunshine in what was a very hard time for him, when he's struggling in his fight against cancer, and that gave him a big boost in his life. It really was a case of, hey, you are doing what you are, this is something for you. Anyway, so what the Willow Foundation do, the organisation that did this, founded by ex right responding to a message. Oh, just one of the just a message regarding a one price Freebird. Requested Freebird. No, I don't perform.
Freebird, Freebird, you're just the guy who yelled Freebird.
Yeah.
Freebird, Freebird.
Where'd I put that?
Nobody wants to hear Freebird. There you go.
Dropped a bit of the repressors down there somewhere. I'm gonna have to have a look in a bit. You see me circling around. I dropped one of its pintle mounted storm bolter, so I'll have to get on the floor in a bit.
Was that good enough?
Yeah, was that good enough for Freebird?
It wasn't Freebird.
Wasn't Freebird. Tell you what, look up the double clicks.
What's the link to it earlier?
Freebird.
You're just the guy who yelled Freebird.
But they did actually record that in the end.
Yeah, it's on one of their albums.
No, the actual song Freebird.
Oh right, they recorded Freebird.
Yeah. I think it was a stretch goal on one of their Kickstarters.
Sense.
Yeah, if you are into your geeky music, definitely check out the Double Clicks. Awesome band. They sing about dinosaurs, Dungeons and Dragons, gaming.
Feminism.
Yes, feminism. Yes, feminism. Yes, and all sorts of cool stuff. Right, I'm going to get on the floor and look for this thing. So I'm going to be right back, just in case my bum comes into the. Okay, we're back. Basically, we had a little accident, and I managed to drop all of my, well, not all of my, but my airbrush cleaner. Its lid is knackered. Its cap is crap, and I accidentally knocked it over and spilled a bunch of airbrush cleaner all over the floor. So, but I found it.
Special boy.
Yeah, special boy.
But we love him. We definitely love him.
I'll tell you what though, you can see exactly the reasons why the repressor kit was discontinued. Because it's awful. It's an awful one to build. It required loads of green stuff just to make it, you know, work right. Bit creepy. What's a bit creepy? It's a bit creepy.
It's a bit creepy.
I don't know. Me?
You.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, we say Michael's a bit creepy.
I don't think that's any...
Because I'm down with that.
I don't think that's even in question. So I'm just... but the oh, the BRB music. Ah, right. Okay. I think I just took it from the Horus Heresy Talisman soundtrack. Or maybe even Battlefleet Gothic. I don't know. I probably shouldn't do that.
So was it meant to be a bit creepy?
No. No. Maybe I should change it for something more jovial.
Yeah, you aren't raising money for charity here. Maybe you could put a pop song on.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to get my video taken down for that.
Okay,
Why don't you find me some open source, something open source? Oh, Andrew says it's creepy in a good way.
Oh, in a good way.
In a good way. Okay, so I've just done that on that. What I'm going to do is quickly nip to the microwave and pick up a pasty.
He's having a pasty. Nom nom nom.
There we go, pasty. I'll just put it there, and we're gonna have a little bit of pasty. I'm sure everybody wants to see me eat.
If anyone's been to your company, been to Company Legends, they've seen you eat. It won't be the last time they see you eat.
I'll put the Basilicanum Grey again, but I need it right now. Because it's time to wash the functional metals.
Yay! It's functional metal time. It's functional metal time.
Seriously, Basilicanum Grey as a wash instead of Nuln Oil on metals. That's not a pasty. No, it's not a Cornish pasty. To be fair, it's a
pasty. You
know how people from Cornwall get. I mean, my brother Daniel, he works in he lives in Cornwall, and he's a manager at McDonald's. They treat him right.
So he's totally clued up on pasty law.
Well, he told me on his first day as manager, he gives his whole, blah 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 speech to the team before they open the restaurant.
To rally the troops.
Yeah, rallies the troops. And the first question he is asked by a member of his staff is, I hear they put peas in pasties up country. Is that true?
I hear they put peas in pasties up country.
Yep. I'm a northerner, so I'm a Greg's boy. So you know what?
Yes.
Peas belong in Cornish pasties.
Do they always put peas in Cornish pasties? I thought it was just like turnips.
Yeah, no, they've got peas in there. They've got peas in there. That's why they call it.
Now I want a bloody corn. Now I want to go to Greg's and get a heresy Cornish pasty, which is now called a beef and vegetable.
Yeah, beef and vegetable.
No
Beef and vegetable. Is it pasty or?
It is still a pasty, I think, but Yeah, it's not. They're not allowed to call it a Cornish anymore.
Yeah, it's a beef and
It
vegetable,
doesn't follow the Cornish
whatever.
recipe.
It's still a pasta.
But
It's a Cornish
I grew
pasta
up
to me.
calling that a Cornish pasty.
Oh, you know what I miss? And I think they still do them in like Leeds and stuff.
What?
Flat Cornish.
They still do flat Cornish, my God.
Greg's are fools, apparently.
No,
Oh,
actually, no. I was thinking corned beef.
that's not right. That's not right, Andrew. No.
Greg's aren't fools. They don't get the Cornish recipes right.
Greg's are a Geordie institution. Nah.
Greg's are a Geordie institution. They really are. You can't call them. Right, look, they may not get their Cornish pasty recipes right, but they're not fools. When you come up north, they do stotty buns. Well, not buns. They do stotty cakes, and stotty cakes are also.
They did used to do stotty buns.
Yeah, stotties are like a northern institution, just like Cornish pasties are probably a Cornish institution. No. If you say these things, we can't be friends.
Oh, Greg's are great. Yeah, it's the best place to sell stotties. Though, mind you, that place in the Granger Market makes a really nice stotty.
They do, but it's fair. And their piece of pudding was divine.
Kieran has picked his prize. He wants the Space Marine collection.
Ooh.
So I will just finish this washing of the metals, Kieran, and I will jump over to you and I will just grab you that Steam key.
Instant gratification.
Space Marine is an amazing game. Really disappointed they never did a sequel to it. The Cornish invented the pasta. Yeah, we know. I get that enough from my brother's girlfriend.
Who is Cornish?
Who is Cornish. Yeah. Oh, it means our nieces are Cornish as well, don't you?
No, there's nothing wrong with our nieces being Cornish.
I wonder if they'll ever speak Cornish.
They're growing up in Cornwall.
Yeah, but nobody speaks no Cornish person I know actually speaks Cornish.
This is probably where Andrew proves you wrong. He tells you he speaks Cornish.
Yeah. However, for everything else, Greg's are okay. You ain't tired of stotty yet, mate. The one thing I am disappointed in Greg's for is the way they stopped selling a ham and peas pudding stotty.
Yeah.
I mean, that
made me sad.
That is like the Geordie sandwich.
Now I want a ham and peas pudding sandwich.
Yeah,
we're
me
out
too.
of ham.
We're out of ham.
We've got peas pudding. We're out of ham.
Also out of stotty.
Well, that too. I mean, I'll happily have a ham and peas pudding sandwich, not in a stotty, but we're also out of stotty.
Ham and peas pudding is it's something that I can have on occasion. I don't have it a lot, but
yeah, you're not like me. I could literally eat ham and peas pudding every day.
it would just be your sandwich of choice.
Yeah, it would be. If more places sold it, it would be my sandwich of choice every day. And yeah, I am that boring. I would literally have it every day.
Well, you know what? I wish instead of taking the mick out of Geordies for Briker Grove, people would do it for ham and peas pudding stotties as well, because Ginsters are shit. They set up on the edge of Cornwall just so they could class their crap as pasties, Cornish pasties. Yeah, pretty much. Mind you, Megan, her nana lives in a village in
Buckinghamshire. It's just in Buckinghamshire.
Yeah, Buckinghamshire. And I was surprised to know that in that village in Buckinghamshire is the headquarters of the West Cornish Pasty Company. Whatever, yeah. West Cornwall Pasty Company. So how's that work out? A West Cornish Pasty Company's head office is in Buckinghamshire.
Because sometimes head offices aren't where the operations are based.
I know, but they call themselves a Cornish Pasty Company. You would think they'd be in Cornwall. I'm sorry, I mean, I take that quite seriously. If you're going to make a big play on your Cornish identity, actually be in frickin' Cornwall. No, I do think, when a local company...
No, you are fair. I mean, Greg's whatever you say about them, Greg's started in Newcastle, and
Andrew's
their head office is still in Newcastle.
Andrew's side of the family is Geordie, so you know I think that's all right.
Yeah. No, Greg started in Newcastle, and their base of operations is still in Newcastle. I mean, they do now have operations up and down the country because of the fact they've expanded so much. They've got to have places outside of Gosforth, but.
Right, so Space Marine Collection is going to Kieran. He has picked the Space Marine Collection. Excellent game. I'm just asking him if he wants to email to him or just send over Messenger. Okay, so now, I'm going to have a bit more of this slice.
Oh, I should probably eat something. Shouldn't I?
Moved to Cornwall when they were kids. Oh, to be fair, you know what? I don't think I've ever been to Cornwall.
No, I've never been there.
It's a long way.
Not personally or for work either.
I need to go.
Well,
Yeah, because I've got family there now. I need to go and see my brother in his home, but he's got palm trees, you know.
He's got palm trees, you know.
It's like the weird thing when Megan was on a holiday in, I think she was just on the Cornish Devon border. Helps if I don't take a bite of food before I'm about to say what I'm about to say. And when she was FaceTiming us, she was dark, and we were right middle of the quite light in the day still. So it's like, wow, that's a big difference.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Big difference.
I don't keep cancelling. I don't need to do that. Come on.
Palm trees is a Cornish thing, yeah. Definitely. Actually, I know of a couple of tea plantations in Cornwall. I'm just going to get myself a bit more light here. I know of a couple of tea plantations in Cornwall. I know one that makes a really generic, almost PG tips style tea, but it's actually horrible. But the others I know, most of them go for very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very refined, delicate teas, like white teas and really delicate, fine connoisseur teas. And that actually works. They're actually quite nice. You see, because when we try to do stuff that other countries do better, often if we try and do it for a mass market, it's terrible. But if we do specialisms, it's quite nice. It's like English wine. Have you ever had English wine, Lindsay?
No.
There's some of it which is awful. Which McDonald's does my brother work in? He lives in St Austell. I probably shouldn't be saying that. Everyone knows Yorkshire grows the best tea. Wait.
No.
We are Rington's people, actually, to be fair.
No. I'll accept Yorkshire's better than money, but...
Oh yeah, Yorkshire tea is better than PG Tips or Tetley.
I have this conversation with my boyfriend a lot. Rington's is the standard.
Yeah, for us, Rington's is the gold standard, but you know what? Yorkshire tea, in a pinch, ain't bad. In fact, it's a lot better than a lot of teas out there, and that's fine. But yeah, it is funny when you get people going, oh, well, at least Yorkshire tea's, you know, what was it? When they were talking about racist teas, who was it that was not racist?
Oh, God, was it Twinings?
I think it was Yorkshire tea. Yeah, Yorkshire tea said, we haven't said anything because, you know, we're taking our time to say something. Andrew hates tea, so he'll agree with us. You hate tea.
I don't even know if that's worse.
Well, Megan hates tea.
No. Megan's not the biggest fan of like simple black tea. Megan likes some fruit teas, and in some flavoured black she'll also drink. So she is a tea drinker. She's just a very specific tea drinker.
need to put a bit on his, on her boob. And her one as well. I missed a bit of the corset on the front, so I need to get that clear. Right. Just grab that in a second. Right. No tea or coffee. Fair enough, mate. You know, it's not for everybody. If everybody liked the same thing. Rington's very posh. They do home delivery. Favourite is to get... favourite tea is from Betty's in Harrogate, but it's tricky to get hold of. Well, Betty's is a Yorkshire tea is Betty's tea, but yeah, they do.
Betty's is good.
Betty's is good.
Betty's. I have what do I have from Betty's? It's the one with rules in it.
Betty's is really good. Right, I'm now going to actually concentrate on backpacks. Betty's is really good. They do make really nice tea, but Betty's is Taylor's of Harrogate. That is the so that is just
Betty's Yorkshire tea.
Yorkshire tea, yeah. Same brand, but it's cool. It's all cool. Right, what I'm going to do now is quickly get the code for the Steam code for Kieran for Space Marine Collection. Copy.
And yeah, I suppose Rington's is a posh thing, but to be honest, as a northerner, I grew up on a council estate. My mum and dad were not very well off, but Rington's was like a treat, and was one of these things that my parents kind of didn't. They didn't sell for anything less, unless we really hit like the bad times, you know. Rington's man came twice a week. We got Rington's tea bags.
Twice a week?
No, once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, our Rington's man comes once every 2 weeks. Lovely chap.
That's what I meant. Every fortnight.
But we not often get just tea. We usually get...
Oh, no. We get a ridiculous amount of biscuits.
Yeah, Rington's biscuits. But we have to be careful with Marlowe's around Megan.
Oh, don't be dissing Megan.
She's addicted to those mallows, I swear.
They are gorgeous.
They put... Yeah, but I thought you loved the mallows. But Megan... Basically, it's like a bit like a Tonic's tea cake, but, you know, Geordie. They're really nice. And Megan, literally, they come in boxes of 10, and Megan can literally demolish a box of 10 in one sitting. It's really bad for her. She really shouldn't do that. But she does. I mean, fair play to her, like, but...
I'm telling you, but dissing her.
I'm not dissing her. I'm just saying it's not good. Because when we buy mallows, we buy them for the house. And it's like, Megan, I want a mallow too. I know I shouldn't, but, you know, I like the odd mallow now and then.
Sometimes Megan just buys mallows for Megan.
Oh, yeah, sometimes she does, but... So just doing the little bits on the back of the backpacks in Retributor armor. Oh, I've missed a couple. I'm also doing this little bit of decoration on the side here, just to break up the silver on the side of the. Those are Space Marines. They're vents, but I don't know what they are on her because they've not got any external. They've not got like, any external ventilation. Maybe Sisters of Battle have less powerful backpacks. I'm gonna have to bring down another fan at some point because it's getting really hot in here. The office is south facing, so, and it's got the patio door, so it can be a real heat trap in the summer, which is great for Lindsay because she is always getting cold. South Shields' wife comes from. They're not Geordies, they're sand dancers. Still, they're better than Mackham's, eh? Nah. South Shields is actually really nice, so really nice place to go. I like hanging out in South Shields.
Someone calling some of the South Shields, Geordie.
Yeah. No, they're not Geordies, they're sand dancers. But there's nothing wrong with that, because sand dancers are pretty awesome people. I do like South Shields. I mean, yeah, some.
You're Northerners.
They're still Northerners.
Just run a course.
They're still Northerners. They're still proper Northerners. Unlike this Yorkshire lot. South Shields is lovely. When was the last time I was? I haven't been to Lindsay. I haven't been to South Shields for years.
We drove through the other day.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we went on that KFC there.
You haven't been we haven't been to South Shields Centre for a long time.
I think the last time I was in South Shields, I saw Jethro Tull in concert. Don't be dissing Jethro Tull. They're awesome.
I'll dish Jethro Tull. I won.
It was kind of crazy, mind. He was definitely taking some substances that night. Sometimes I swear I was born, well, for music I was born a bit too late. You know, I would have loved to have seen some of these bands at their height. You know, Fleetwood Mac, Jethro Tull, Rush. But alas, I was born a touch too late. I'm gonna have to. No, that's fine. I was born a touch too late for some of the great bands. I think her parents come from Newcastle. Her dad has a strong Geordie accent. Well, that's fine. Newcastle's good. There's a lot of cross thingy over here. You know, people moving around because we are really, really close and tightly packed together. Now, I'm from Redcar. They changed a while back. We're not from Teesside. We're from North Yorkshire. Yeah, it's your football chant when on those occasions, rare occasions, when Newcastle and Middlesbrough are in the same league. You know, what do we say? You're just a small town in Yorkshire.
Do we? Want a cookie?
I would love a cookie. What type of cookie do you got?
Well, you got these cookies. Belgian chocolate cookies. I'm going to have my lunch and I'm going to head to Megan's.
But yeah, I know a lot of people from Teesside who are still sort of a bit angry that they're apparently not in Yorkshire anymore.
I don't know any Teessider who thinks that.
I know a few, mostly from my old work days.
Yeah.
They're like, you know, we were proud Yorkshiremen, and they robbed us of our identity.
Well, Paul thinks he's a Yorkshireman, even though he's not.
No, Paul is from Hartlepool. If you're from Hartlepool, you're from County Durham.
Well, yes, but he still thinks he's a Yorkshireman.
But nah, Redcar, Middlesbrough, that's in North Yorkshire. It's like when Lindsay goes on about, oh, Newcastle isn't in Northumbria. Bloody well
It's
is.
not.
Okay, so it's not been part of the administrative county since, as part of the county technically since, yeah, monkey hangers, yes. Part of the county since,
The 1400s, I think it was when I looked it up.
it's the 15th century, but it's not been part of the county since the 15th century. It was split off and made its own...
Centuries, Michael. Centuries!
And made its own administrative area, but it's still historically part of Northumberland. I mean, hell, up until the 70s, Northumbria County Council was based in Newcastle until, you know, in the 70s they decided, hey, let's create metropolitan councils, and we got split off and told, no, you're Tyne and Wear, you've got to be with Sunderland now. Yeah, but they're from County Durham. Well, don't care, you're in Tyne and Wear now. And we still got this situation where we're sort of pseudo in Tyne and Wear. I used to work in a job that had regionally based websites. It was the biggest headache I've ever had. Yeah, I can imagine. Because, you know, it's like when I was first learning the counties back in primary school, we had places like Avon. And it was like, and the teachers were getting confused. And they were like, well, it's a county, but it's not one of the traditional counties. So we had to learn the traditional counties. Oh, the washing machine's going nuts.
We never learned traditional counties. We learned the counties as they are now. Well, as they were then.
They tried to teach us both, but I think that was more because the teacher didn't get the whole, we have all these little counties now. But of course they keep, you know, it's crazy because, you know, technically Newcastle is its own county. It's an administrative district.
Well, when we were kids it wasn't. It was Tyne and Wear.
It hasn't been Tyne and Wear since we were kids, Lindsay. It's the city of Newcastle upon Tyne.
That's what I mean, but when we were kids it was Tyne and Wear. So
No, as in like the as in like 80 something or other. Like we were, you know, no way we could get it. But yeah, ceremonially it's still Tyne and Wear. It's a weird one. They've messed around with the counties, but you know, ceremonially, traditionally, we know what our traditional counties are, don't we? Like South Shields would technically be in County Durham, because the County Durham border is the Tyne. But most kids who grow up in Gateshead and all that, they don't realise that they're traditionally County Durham.
Tyne and Wear County Council, based at Sandyford House, was abolished in 1986 along with the other metropolitan county councils in England.
Yeah, because what's his name?
Act 1985, and so its districts have since functioned as effectively unitary authorities. However, the metropolitan county continues to exist in law.
Yep.
And as a geographic frame of reference,
Mhm.
and as a ceremonial county. So Tyne and Wear still exists.
Honestly, if I were in government, I'd abolish all the old little ones and just have the ceremonial counties, but still keep the districts. Sorry, I'm talking politics now.
Well, it's still a metropolitan county, so
We're a unitary authority.
not a unitary.
No, we are.
What?
Tyne and Wear.
It's not. It's a metropolitan county. The districts within it are unitary authorities. Within it you've got Gateshead, Newcastle upon Tyne, North Tyneside, South Tyneside and Sunderland.
Yeah. And then you go and confuse it with when you start adding in what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? The combined authorities.
Yeah, so it says, although Tyne and Wear County Council was abolished in 1986, several joint bodies exist to run certain services on a county-wide basis. Most notable is the Tyne and Wear Passenger Transport Authority. So you've got Nexus, as you well know, Michael, Tyne and Wear Metro Light Rail Systems, the Shields Ferry, the Tyne Tunnel. You've also got joint bodies like the Tyne and Wear Fire and Rescue Service, Tyne and Wear Archives and Museums. So yeah, it still is a county in its own right.
What I'm doing now is I'm going to start work on the fleshy ones. I've got the Arcoflagellants, the Sisters Repenter to do. So just check the restream chat. Ah, that's interesting.
Obviously it doesn't affect us, we live in County Durham.
Yeah, we didn't count it, Durham. But you know, I'm still a proud Geordie.
Well, I was born and bred in Northumberland.
Wow, I don't put it up. I'm just taking some of these off so I can get these on the, because I don't have enough. I don't have enough painting handles to do 25 models.
Do you really need 25 painting handles, dude?
No. However, what I am going to do is I'm going to put my Canoness and my sister and my Repentia Superior onto red painting handles. because they're character models and they should stand out. Ah, it's boiling. It's probably because the fan isn't facing me anymore. I'm going to have to get down the other fan at some point.
Which one? One from Megan's room and the one from my room. Do you mean the one from the deck?
The one from the
Like the tall one?
Megan's room, yeah. And bring that down. Put that on the other side. Right. So what I'm going to do now is do some of these. I want to do different skin tones on all of them. So I have got a list of skin tones that I was going to try. So let's have a look. Let's have a look. I made a note of a lot of these because I like to watch videos to get my thing. So I'm going to try different skin tones on these guys. So two of them, we're going to start with Iron Rack Skin. Love Iron Rack Skin. What region of Greg's does air count as? Air. I'm not air? I'm a bit lost. You might have to... Are we talking about air in Scotland? I don't know. I'm lost. Right. Iron Rack Skin. I actually really love this as a skin tone. It's very sickly and green and... Yeah. It's great. Absolutely fantastic skin tone.
Misty,
It just looks so sickly and unhealthy. Archoflagellants are incredible models. Really love them. So I do want a box of 10 of these. I do like how with the codex they didn't actually mess around and give you funny size. Well, you know, they didn't take into account the not strange, but you know, the different sizes that we got in the starter box. Because one thing I've had, say problem, but one thing I take issue with when it comes to Age of Sigmar is I don't like the way the starter boxes deal with faction sizes. Now I've been doing the Soul Wars box for the Stormcast Eternals. I'm almost finished with it. And almost every unit in there for the Stormcast Eternals is a wrong size. So you've got the Castigators, and they are, you get 5 Castigators, but when you buy them in Azir and the builder, they come in a. I want someone with a bit more. Where's my other flagellant? Have I not? 1, 2, 3, there. First 4 Repentia. Ah, there he is. Oh no, they're the same pose. I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'll do this one. I'll do him with a darker skin tone. I primed these fleshy ones in Grey Seer, the contrast primer. I actually think Grey Seer is a really nice primer. I started priming a lot more stuff in Grey Seer now. I much prefer. It's really awesome. I prefer it over Corax White, but it's my go-to light primer now. It's great, and I've done a bunch of buildings. I wish AOS had been doing a good later by Good Guy GW. Yeah, but it's still the starter sets for Age of Sigmar are my issue. I mean, Age of Sigmar is actually a really good game, and if you're reluctant to try it because I love fantasy, and I did love fantasy when I was a kid, I really urge you to give Age of Sigmar a try, because it's a really fun game. But my problem with Age of Sigmar and the starter set has always been you get these funny sizes. So Castigators, you buy them in freeze, you get 5. So it's like, you know, you have to buy. So you've got. So you'd have to buy. So if you want to use that full unit in the game, you have to buy 6 of them, but you only have 5 of them. So it forces you to go out and find another castigator in the set, in the easy build set. But they come in freeze, so it's a bit irritating. And then you get, yeah, so it's a bit irritating. And the evocators are a great unit, but they come in the starter set. You get 3 of them, but you buy them in 5s. And it's like, I wish they had done the sprues in a little bit. And the Sequitors come in, you buy them in 5s, you get 8 in the box. But that's easily fixed with, that's easily fixed when you grab a... Oh, I haven't checked that up enough. That's easily fixed when you grab an easy build set. So, because Sequitors are good. But it's just, I wish they would do the unit sizes properly. Or at least, you've got to really shake up these contrast paints. Again, I'm using a contrast as a wash. Because this contrast paint as a wash is absolutely amazing. Really is. It's wonderful, wonderful to use as a wash. Gulliman Flesh I'm using on Retributor armor, and it's really good. It's like a darker, slightly darker Reikland Flesh shade, which I love. Gives a really nice effect. I know a lot of people were a bit bleh about contrast paints, but and Graham, I'm really trying to get Graham to and Chris to give contrast paints more of a go, because they're... Oh, I've got a bit of... I'm going to have a look at that in a minute. I've got a bit of gold on the... But they're very, very anti-contrast paints, but I think these are amazing washes, and they're great glazes, because they GCW annoyingly discontinued the glazes. I get why they wouldn't have been big sellers, because I don't think a lot of people knew how to use them. But they were great for certain things, like I used them for eye lenses. You know, I'm not good at the very, very small detail painting. So popping in a bit of Corax white now, or ceramite white as it were, or white scar even, in the eye lens, and then just popping in there some glaze gave a really good effect. I thought it was good. But basically contrast paints are just huge, are just really, really highly concentrated glazes. Chemically, I mean, they're interesting properties. I think they are gels. They remind me of gels chemically. But I've never had a chance to actually ask one of the paint scientists, and I was hoping to do that at Warhammer Fest this year, but that obviously was cancelled. So just getting this wash done on, so wash, contrast added, and then we're gonna go in, start on some more stuff on the main guy. Oh, we're doing. Get some more washes done. So washes. Right, now I'm going to do for the other Arcoflagellant, who's not going to be done with a light Iron Ratch skin. I'm going to do him a dark skin tone. And I don't know why I'm doing a dark skin tone, because I'm terrible with these dark skin tones. I'm absolutely awful at them. But I need to get better at dark skin tones, because I like doing dark skin tones. I want to see diverse representation, although maybe, you know, convicted criminal, not the best representation. But I'm going to have some of these Sisters of Battle are going to be dark skinned as well. But I need to get down dark skin as right, because I spent so long painting light skin that I'm really good at light skin. Well, not really good at light skin. I'm Harry at light skin. Well,
You're good at white skin.
again, there's so many different guides on light skin. So many different methods for it. So many different paints out there offered by all sorts of different ranges. And we only have now got skin tones paints that are better for. I'm using Catachan Flesh. I mean, the good thing about dark skin tones is that there are lots of colours that you can use. Dryad Bark, Rhinox Hide for different tones, and again, different shades work on them really, really well. I'm going to keep this simple. This is going to be... I'm unsure about the shade, actually. What do you reckon, Lindsay? Purple, black, or brown?
I'm not sure.
I'm thinking black.
Do you want to put the link in that chat to the Instagram post I put up?
Yes, of course. I can.
Put it in the...
I will have to find it, but yeah.
Yeah, I assume that's Twitch over there.
This is Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, I
and apparently my own Facebook comments.
Oh, that's weird.
But not
anyone else's.
Not anyone else's.
How bizarre. Do 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 do. How bizarre. How bizarre. Sorry.
Yeah, I was not sold it, but it was explained to me that this would unify all the different chats on all the different streams. But I'm having to use it for both. I've got YouTube and
Facebook both open.
Facebook coming through, but not Facebook. Sorry, got YouTube and Twitch coming through, but not Facebook. Which is a bit of a pain, because it would be nice to get everything all in the one chat together.
Where's the things for Megan?
Thanks, Megan. They're on the table in a bag.
Oh,
she also wants a folder.
Folder?
Yes, she also going to need a folder for one set of instructions, because the photocopier isn't set up, so I can't just photocopy it for her.
Fair enough.
Has any 40k starter not had Marines? Says Michael Kipling. No, I don't think they have. Let me think. There wasn't a first edition starter, was there? Well, I suppose the first edition starter would be the RTOB box. No, I don't think there's been a starter set without, the core starter set that you would give to newbies without Space Marines in it. But see, my thoughts on this one are that Space Marines are they're easy. They're really easy.
There's a bag on the table. Oh, I see. It's the bag on the chair.
Oh, it's on the chair. They're easy. They're lots of flat panels, which is excellent for freehand designing. They offer, you've got they're really easy. Lots of flat panels, simple. They're really simple and easy to do. And there's usually a slightly harder painting faction in there, like Death Guard, Chaos Space Marines, Dark Vengeance, Orcs. One you can have a bit more fun with. But the Space Marines are the simple one. Right, I'm gonna have to give you this Conquest folder.
Please, thank you.
So, Megan is going to be joining me later to build some models. She hasn't got any painting stuff. She's currently staying with her parents while they're shielding to help her mum out, because her mum will go mad otherwise. Okay, right. I'm going to send Megan a message in a minute for the instructions she wants. Just tell her that it's Space Marine Instruction 17. That's probably spelt really wrong, because I'm typing it in a rush. Right, I'm going to do some skin on my Repentia now. I'm going to do one of these Repentia with dark skin. At least one of them in dark skin. I'll do this one. So same format, keep it simple. I tried dark skin on the first Pentagon engine I did, and I made a bit of a thing. The highlight for the scarring color is a bit too extreme a jump, because I've used a highlight from I've used Cadian flesh tone for the scarring, because studying pictures of scarred black flesh, it seemed to me that they were a much lighter fleshy tone, but I think I went too far light, and I need to do these in a darker flesh tone. So what I'm going to do with the dark skinned models when they've got scarring is I'm going to actually make the scarring, I'm going to go with Bugman's Glow this time. See, this is the thing, you give me a light skin model, I can do scarring on them, no problem. But dark skin I'm just no good at, because I haven't got that experience, because I've always done my models light skinned. Unconscious biases and all that. No, it's the one with a slightly cooler hairstyle. I'm taking this straight from the pot. I really need to be watering it down. Yeah, so no, I don't think there's been a starter set, because I'm just thinking. So you had first edition, I suppose it was RTB01 was the closest we had to a starter set. I don't know, I wasn't around in the days of first edition, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm ignorant. Second edition was the Blood Angels versus the Orcs in that phenomenal box set. I didn't actually get that box set because I was playing Fantasy as a kid. Then there was third edition, which was the Black Templars versus Dark Eldar. Fourth was the Ultramarines first starter set, against the Tyranids. Fifth edition was the Ultramarines, so as we firmly established the Ultramarines as the poster boys at this point, versus the Orcs. No, the Orcs. Fifth edition was the Orcs. That was actually a really good box set. Really brilliant box set. Fantastic box set. You got the Dreadnought, you got a full tactical squad, you got the Captain, you got Terminators. That was a great box set. And then sixth edition was the Dark Angels versus the Dark Angels versus what's the word I'm looking for? Chaos Space Marines. Again, that was a really good box set. It's just a shame that the sprues were mixed, because I think that's the only reason that they haven't re-released them properly as start collecting sets, because I think they would make an excellent start collecting set. Because I'm hoping that's what's going to happen with the Dark Imperium sprues, because they have said they're going to do Dark Imperium as a oh, someone just telling me they're sending me money. It's just to pay for something. They have said they're going to do the Dark Imperium models will be coming back, so I imagine they're going into a start collecting set. So I highly imagine that the start collecting Space Marine set with a Terminator Captain, the Dreadnought, and the Tactical Squad is going to go away. I don't know anything, I just think that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I'm going to take some Wraithbone now. I'm going to prime the skin of one of these lasses, one of these Repenter in Wraithbone, because I've got a scheme I want to do for that. It's a little light coloured, but I want it to be darker, so take this one. But sorry, I mean I want it to be warmer in tone, but it's going to be quite light. Yeah, and then obviously 7th edition. Well, 7th edition was still Dark Vengeance against the 7th edition. Did it already have a starter set of its own? No, not really. But and then finally, obviously we've just had Dark Imperium, which was the Plague Marines and Nurgle stuff, versus the Ultramarines, and now we've got, with the new edition, Ultramarines versus Necrons. So no, that is no starter set without Space Marines. As I said, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because Space Marines have got lots of stuff that's easy for beginners, bad for, you know, and great for veterans. And pretty much everybody has a Space Marine army. I think what they've got to do with the starter set is you've got to, or with any starter set, is you've got to make it have wide appeal by sticking to factions that a lot of people have, and generalist factions. It's like when you come to Blood Bowl. I know a lot of people are like, you know, why does it have the humans in? Why doesn't it have the dwarves in? Why doesn't it have this in? Why doesn't it have that in? And humans are a generalist team with, you know, they're a middle of the road generalist team that most people can play without problems, and they're not got a lot of complexity to them, and the models are kind of, well, not basic, but they're not very overly complicated. I'm just rambling now, aren't I?
I'm going to go away to Megan's now.
Okay, you're going to go see Megan.
Here's a hug.
Will you call in from there at some point?
Could do. See you in a bit, dude.
See you in a bit. She's gone down to Megan. She's going to go see her, have a socially distanced coffee date. That's Wraithbone. That's Wraithbone on there. Now I'm just going to go in on this one here. With a bit of Guilliman flesh. Guilliman flesh of a Gracia. So just trying to... Scott's asking how many painted. Well, none so far, but they're coming along. I'm only, what, 4 hours into this? So I've got 20 hours to go. So contrasts are fantastic paints. I love contrast paints. Not because they cheat or make it easier, but because, well, this one in particular, I love the way that you get so much stuff painted. I mean, well, not so, you get a base coat and you're washing it all at once, and they can look really, really good. The key thing, I think, though, is you really need to shake them. You need to shake them a lot. I've got some contrast paints that I'm going to be using today that I need to use the paint shaker for. I've got a, well, it's a nail varnish shaker, really, but it works great. I know a lot of people getting vortex shakers these days, but, well, my background is chemistry. I'm a chemist by education. I'm a chemist by education, so for me, I'm very familiar with vortex shakers. I've used them a lot in the past. So for me, you think knowing the chemical properties of Citadel paints and, well, most paint brands, not knowing the exact chemical properties, but being able to take a reasonable, educated guess, a vortex shaker to me just seems like overkill. It really does seem like overkill. Plus, you've got to be careful with them, because I know a lot of people have been recommending really cheap Chinese ones, and there's nothing wrong with Chinese manufacturing at all. Chinese manufacturing could be great, but you've got to make sure you get one that's going to be good, because if you get one that breaks on you, that's going to cause a nasty accident, because it's going to fling stuff all over the place. So you've got to be sure on your quality. So if you're seeing a vortex shaker and it is 30 quid, that's a problem. Unless, of course, it's second hand from a lab. That's very different. Okay, I'm going to paint this next one. Again, I'm going to go for a really light flesh. Flayed one flesh. See, these are the ones that are going to take me the time, because No, I'm not going to do flayed one flesh because I'm not sure where I'd go from there. I will be using flayed one flesh as a highlight. I'm going to put Kislev flesh straight on. So I might need a couple of coats of this. I'm using a terribly inefficient brush for this, but I've started, so I may as well finish. Yeah, this is my big fear about doing this stream. People are going to see what my awful painting technique habits are. I'm using a flipping medium layer brush to put on base coats, and so often I will paint direct from the pot. I can hear Chris and Rob gasping in horror. Yeah, there's so much skin on these. It's so easy for. I've seen a lot of armies painted where they choose a variety of skin tones for things like Repentia and Arcoflagellants, and I think they look amazing. I think that difference in skin tone is great. It's like when I do my orcs. I know obviously orcs are green baddies, but what I do with my orcs is I actually made my orcs multi-tone skin, like different shades of green with different what's what I'm looking for, different washes, different dry brushes. So it's like literally I will line up a bunch of base paints and in different colours. Like we've got sandy colours, we've got really greens, we've got light greens and stuff, and then I'll just grab a random wash, and that's what that model is done in. No two models, well obviously there will be because there's a horde, going to be some light, but try to get as much variety of that as possible. I do need to rebase my orcs this year, and I will be putting up pictures, but yeah, the whole thing was it was a mini wargaming video that inspired me to do that from, I think it was like 10 years ago, but it was just great. I mean, my orcs have been going on for years. I haven't touched them in a while, so I need to do something with them. But yeah, multi-tone. I like the way having different tones of skin can really bring out something different in an army. It just looks better. So I'm going to take some Agrax Earthshade. I'm going to do a couple of these skin tones. So the first one I'm going to do is this Iron Rack Skin. Not this one. Not this one. I'll do this one. It's a bit more skin. I think I like this skin tone. I really like this skin tone that I've done. Iron Rack Skin with Agrax Earthshade. And I think what that actually does is, for me, it gives you a super unhealthy pallid. You know, it really looks like, you know, they're sick. Great, use it for Plague Marines as well. It makes them look proper unwell. It's just like, you look at that skin tone and it's like, ugh. And I'm going to do the darker skinned models with the Agrax Earthshade as well. Just the one shade, keeping it to cheat and, well, not cheat, but to keep it simple. Because Agrax Earthshade does work quite well on mine. It works really well. But I said also I tried with I tried purple as well. That's actually quite handy in a purple on dark skin. And this Arcoflagellant is gonna go. Just getting. He's the dark skinned Arcoflagellant. He's getting there. Gareth Wayne finally woke up from all night Ghost of Tsushima marathon. I'm assuming, Gareth, that is a manga. Not manga, anime. Probably best you got all the building done up in the yeah, I did all the building. I primed them. Although this morning I did not prime my I realised I had not primed the backpacks. So I had to quickly rush out and prime them and then shove them under the extractor fan to to get primed. To do that. Great cheat for the winter. Although I need to get the airbrush stuff down here. I've just got new PS4 game. See, I don't have a PS4 and I don't really play video games these days because, yeah. Right, so I'm going to take 1 part Gulliman flesh and 1 part contrast medium based on the Mongol invasion of Japan. Oh, actually that immediately piques my interest. Ooh. But I don't have a PS4, so. And then on the skin of this Repentia, we're going to paint some, the one that we've done with Wraithbone, we're going to paint on some thinned down Gulliman flesh. And this should give a very different, a very, very light, very pale, again, possibly not the healthiest skin tone, but not unhealthy healthy. Because I can't imagine the Repentia are treated particularly well. I imagine they get access to fewer nutritional, lesser nutrition. Based on the Mongol invasion of Japan, I will have to give that a look, Gareth. I actually dislike figures with skin to paint so much that I avoid unarmored armies. Yes, I'm not the big... I'm sorry, picking my nose there. I am not the biggest fan of skin. It's something I'm really, really, really terrible at. I hate painting skin, but, it's got to be done. So, yeah, right, get my washes. This is one area of my hobby area that I am really, really poor at. The organisation of my big pots, because I've got that's the one I wanted. I've got a big drawer unit that keeps my paints in, but the drawers that were perfect years ago, they were absolutely perfect years ago. I'm actually using a green wash, a Phonian camo shade on the other Arcoflagellant. Because I want him to look, or her, to look really, really, yeah. I want them to look properly almost rotten. So I've gone with Iron Rack skin and a Phonian camo shade. So now I just need wait for her to dry and get myself some Reichland flesh shade on there. So that is 7 models with lots of skin and only 1 repeated skin tone. I like that. I'm happy with that. Yeah, no, yeah, Michael, I don't like, armies with lots of skin. They terrify me. Right, I'm gonna have to be right back because I need to go to the loo. So, back in a few minutes. And we're back. Right. So what we're going to do now, I think we'll have another giveaway. So let's check to see how the donations are standing. They were at 260. Probably. Oh, we're at 290 quid. Fantastic. Varolakas, you have donated. Thank you so much for donating. I must have missed that. I don't have the desktop audio on the thing, so I can't hear when you get that little ding coming up. So I'm just going to add you to the raffle ticket sheet. Varolakas, you bought 30 tickets. So I need to add more tickets to the board. Do I need to do calculations? Right. So Varolakas, you have bought 40 tickets. Sorry, 30 tickets. So we're going to do our random number generator again. Right, random number generator. So we're going up to 248. 248 tickets. Generate a number. See what we got here. 216. 216 is Pedro Rascal. Pedro Rascal, you have won something. Just pop a thing in there. Probably have to get Lindsay to do all this when she gets back later on. So third prize is Pedro Rascal. So we've got 22 prizes to give away. As I said, the grand prize is a Adeptus Titanicus Titan Battle Group. So I'll just pop into Just Eating. Getting hungry, obviously. I'm going to pop in a comment there. Pedro Rascal, you have won a prize. Tell me what you want from this list. And I bet, you know what, I'm going to make a tiny URL for this prize thing, because I hate the thing. Tiny URL. It looks horrible. Tiny URL. Oh, where's the tiny URL? It's in there. Prizes. Share. Cats are snoring. Right, copy the link. Tiny URL. I accept. Enter a long link. Make tiny. Tiny URL is this one. Right. Oh, I've lost the Facebook page. Only problem with this, you know, not having. So we got prizes. 3 prizes given away so far today. Fantastic. Right, okay, that should have dried enough for a bit of Reichland Flesh Shade. Yeah, that's cool. So we'll get some Reichland Flesh Shade. Maybe I should have thinned this down. Actually, of a bit of Lamy and medium. It is quite stark. But again, skin is my weak area. skin is my absolute weakness. Right. Just gonna have a sip of something to drink. And I've got some pills to take. So if you bear with me a second. Where are my pills? They're underneath my box of sisters. And I've dropped the keyboard. Right, what do I do now? Go back to working on the sisters, I think, so I need to get some painting handles back. I think what we'll do now is we'll do the red robes. I'll get those inside red robes done. Yep, one more. It's very hot. Right, red robes. So for this I need corn red. I think I may as well do the yeah. I'm gonna have to tidy up in a bit. So we'll do the inside of the robes first. Get these done in. It's very stark, that red and white robes. The inside robes first, because if I get anything on the outside robes, I'll then be covering it up shortly with the white. Again, bad habit, taking stuff from the pot. So I'll try my best to not get it on the armour. You can see a bit there. There's a bit of a tan. First one. Get my restream chat back up so I can see if anybody's chatted there. Yeah, so Pedro Rascal has won a prize. So come and see me after school, Pedro. You know what, I've forgotten to check for our robes on our arms. The Sister Superior. That is. Ooh. Delicate work. Maybe I should pop some music on. But if I pop music on, maybe that'll be a big crap for you guys. I don't know. Don't know if you guys are going to get all tinny music. So I need to check back and do her arms. The little the fabric on her in her arm. I'm not sure what you would call them. Sleeves, I guess. Sleeves. These are the bits that are going to take all the time. You have to start getting careful. Tell you what, I'm going to put some music on, you know, because let's be honest, it's a bit dull right now, me thingy. So I'm going to open up iTunes and I'll find some music. So I think I will find a game soundtrack. And we'll put on some mood music. Oh, clipped a grenade, but that's fine. I haven't finished them yet, so I will be going back to get them fixed. So much detail I've got to fix on this one because the red seems to be getting in loads of places. Always the way. Right, let's see. We're not going to put an audiobook for obvious reasons, because that would be crazy. Oh, I do normally listen to audiobooks when I'm painting. I just finished listening to Guy Haley's Dante, not Guy Dante's Haley. That was actually a really good book. But I did them in the wrong order. You see, I did Devastation of Baal first, which actually seems to be which actually is a sequel to Dante. I didn't realise that, because obviously different series, but really, really good books. Right, so Trader General. I'm not going to listen to Angels of Death. I'll probably get in lots of trouble if I put on Angels of Death. Tell you what, how about we go with Battle Fleet Gothic Armada? So I'll put that on. Oh, I need to take... Yeah, we'll put on Battle Fleet Gothic Armada soundtrack. If this is like really bad on your end and it makes it sound terrible, just let me know and I'll turn it off. I ain't a professional streamer. I have got no idea what I'm doing, or if anything I do messes it up. But I am enjoying doing this, so maybe it's something I should do on a regular basis. It would help encourage me to do stuff that I need to do, that I tend to put off, because I am a proper hobby butterfly. I start something, and then, ooh, shiny new thing comes along, I'll do that. I'm going to turn down the music though. I'm going to turn that down though. That does sound a bit weird. Oh. Managed to pick up a bunch of cat hairs. I can still hear me cat snoring over this though. I love the game Battlefleet Gothic. I wish they made that again. But as Battlefleet Heresy. So that is 5. Right. One of the big girls. They're a Penta Superior with all these robes. But most of them are going to be white, so... It's the fact that I've got to do white robes which makes me think, ooh, maybe I should have done a... Maybe I should have done our martyred lady. She has a book on her. I haven't figured out how I'm going to do that book. Oh, I think I know how. I think I know how I'll do the book. I'll probably change my mind between now and when I actually come to do it. Sister Superior. Oh, sorry, not Sister Superior, the Canoness. Oh, I can hear it really loud though. Cat snoring. Still need to watch your video on Battlefield Cameroff. Well, I paint is impressive, however I get burnt out long before then. I still need to watch your video on Battlefleet Heresy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we did a podcast, a show, which included an interview with the guys from Remembrance's Retreat, which is a fantastic podcast. You should all go listen to it. On the work they did to develop a Battlefleet Heresy rulebook, and it's really good, really good. It was done. The interview was done by Chris, one of the co-hosts of Edge of Empire, and yeah, it was really, really good interview. And Battlefleet Heresy rule set developed by the Remembrance's Retreat is actually really good. Definitely worth looking at. And yeah, I do want them to do Battlefleet Heresy. I do want Battlefleet Heresy as an actual specialist game. Battlefleet Heresy as a specialist game would be incredible. Right. Most of her is going to be white. I still got the Seraphim to go yet. But this is corn red on the inside rows. Yeah. Well, I do hope that Company of Legends goes ahead. I mean, that is kind of a big thing for me right now. I don't know what to do if it doesn't, because it leads to all sorts of complications. Because, you know, you get the money in, you pay it out straight away. Being an event organizer right now in this country is not great. And being in the world, and you know what, at the end of the day, the decisions that have been made, I think, to not have public gatherings and stuff, I think they're the right decisions. But it still doesn't help me feeling nervous about the whole a whole situation. You know, got to look after people's health after all, and we got to avoid this potential second wave. It's been hard on everybody, and we don't want it to be hard, and we don't want any more people to needlessly die. But yeah, how it affects those of us who are doing stuff, you know, it's a big thing. I've got people I know friends whose businesses are in danger of going under because, you know, the funding isn't, you know, they can't open up and stuff, and or they're slipping through the gaps. It's a difficult time to be around. Difficult time to be in doing anything. But that's an understatement, isn't it? I mean, I think all my friends know I had COVID-19. I had it quite soon into lockdown. Absolutely horrible. And I actually lost a third of my lung capacity from it. I've got that much scarring. I was unlucky. I mean, I was supposed to... my doctor... I wasn't shielding by the government. The government were all like... The government didn't tell me to shield, but my doctors were like, yeah, the government might not tell you to, but you need to shield. So I did, and I caught it. But this was... I must have contracted it well before they actually told us, you know, to lock down, so... or shield. Because I got it pretty much as soon as I was told to shield. God awful disease. Really feel sorry for people who are worse health than me. I mean, Megan has asthma. She's still not right for it. I mean, it's been what, 4 months now since we had it? I'm on an inhaler. You know? They're like, you're on an inhaler probably for the rest of your life. And at the minute, it's actually a bit awkward because I've never actually been told how to use my inhaler. Because doctors I haven't been able to go in and see the doctor, and the pharmacists have been able to do limited help. But I'm having to muddle on with YouTube videos on figuring out how to use my inhaler properly, and I keep getting told by the people I know in my life who use inhalers, you're doing that wrong, you're doing it wrong, you need to do it this way. All of them, I might point out, terrible teachers are teaching you to use your inhaler. They're like, hold your breath, and it's like, I can barely breathe, I can't hold it. I'm just whinging. I'm just going to wash that brush. It's got a bit too much loaded on. Okay, let's have a look at these then. Okay. So they don't have anywhere near as much as the way of capey stuff as the, well, you know, roby stuff as the other guys. So we'll do the superior first. It's just figuring out which bits of her robe are facing the front and which are not. And the worst thing about this one is I can't go and refer to the box art because obviously it's out of print. I do know there's someone on Twitter who is dedicated to capturing as much of the rotational stuff and box art to save to an archive for future use for painters. So I may have to seek that out. Might actually be a good resource to just have the pictures. We had it end of Feb, beginning of March, and just kept going with infection after infection until the doctor just went, looks like you had it. Yep. I got given a spacer. Apparently we were all meant to use them, but hey, yeah, I've got a spacer. That's the only way I've not figured out how to use it. But apparently they're for kids. At least according to me, me pal Paul. It's like, they're for kids, man. It's like, yeah, but I've never used an inhaler until I got stuck with one from the doctors. You know, and as I said, the situation is I've not been taught to use it, and that's not me criticising the doctors. They can't exactly have me go in there and breathing all over them, especially when we don't know if having had it gives you immunity or stops you from spreading it, you know, becoming a carrier. You know, it's like I've said throughout this whole thing. Whenever there's been any kind of inconvenience, it's like, we've got to do what we got to do to look after the most vulnerable of us. I mean, Megan's dad, he's had a heart transplant, so a solid organ transplant. So if he gets it, he very, very, very is likely to have serious complications. You know, he could. For the box pictures, a good resource is Google or some local. Yeah, okay, I'll take a look. Yeah, but there's a guy I know on Discord. He's been actually saving all the 360 views. It's like he's got folders and folders of views of all the different angles of the models. So I keep meaning to download or at least sync his mega folder with mine so I can have a look at them. But yeah. Oh, I've done her. I'll tell you one friendly local game we saw that is great for keeping stuff up that's long out of print is Element Games. I love them. They're really cool guys. But sometimes you're like searching on Google or, you know, for an eBay or auction listing or whatever for something that's out of print, and you get a link to Element Games and you think, I'll just check it. You go there and it's like, yeah, not available anymore, and it's like, curses! You always list stuff that's. Yeah, I wish they would exercise their online catalogue. That's got to be bad for their database. To get rid of all the out-of-stock stuff. Then again, I suppose they probably keep it there to get people to come to the site. And maybe buy stuff. Got my arms as well on these guys. Ooh, what should I do the, There's a question. What should I do the plasma pistol? Now, I've got a couple of methods of doing plasma pistols, and they are, a green one. Yeah, you know what? It's a shame I didn't do this a week later. I could have used Tesseract Glow. When Graham's on later, I will ask him next week when I pick up his Indomitus box set if he wants a pot of Tesseract Glow. Oh. I must have had a bit of pepper stuck in my teeth because I've just been chewing something and, you know, like playing with my teeth and my tongue, and I've just released a whole peppercorn. Not complaining, pepper's a nice taste. New glow paint is lush, although apparently difficult to use. I have heard it's a bit more, it's a different kind of paint, so you need a different technique to use it. I was hoping that just at Battle Bunker would get a pot of it to have a look at before release. And I'm still going to flip and buy it because I'm going to do some Necrons. I've got a little Necron army. I say got a little Necron army. I've got a few Necron units that I need to build and add to an army. Pretty much 2 sets of Forgebane, some extra Immortals, and an Overlord. I had 2 Cryptex, so I got 2 Forgebane sets. I'm giving one of those Cryptex to Graham because I really want Graham to play 40k because, you know, I love playing Heresy. I absolutely love playing Heresy. Heresy is the best game I think that GW make right now. But I don't always want to play Heresy. I think that's my weakness. You know, Heresy is my main game, but I want to play other stuff. I want to play other stuff. Oh, music stopped. Let's see what else we can put on then. I've got the Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2 soundtrack. Apparently that is 25 minutes, so let's crack on with it. Chaos approaches. I will be grabbing the glow paint because it does look so much better than the old plastic rods. It's like I'll have a little bit of pocket money next month. To play with, and I'm uncertain on to whether to get start collecting Necrons to add to the Necrons I have. And classic Metal Eldar, yeah, all cool. Gonna love some of those old Metal Eldar models. Yeah, no, I want to get, you know, I want to make that Necron army at some point. It's probably going to be a project for next year, you know, really build up a 2,000 point Necron army. But it is very much a case of, do I want to do it? Red Plasma, Chris suggests, for a change. Ooh, Red Plasma. What would I do for Red Plasma? I know. What I'll do is, I'll base the plasma coil. You got me thinking here, Chris. I'm going to base the plasma coil in Stormhost Silver. And then I'm going to give it a contrast Blood Angels Red. And maybe just take the tops with, like, Troll Slayer Orange? Or Fire Dragon Bright? Go on, Chris. Red. We're going with red. Well done, Chris. Okay, right. I'm going to have to wait for those to dry for a while. Those contrast washes are still drying over there. What I'm going to do then in the meantime, because I literally am thinking, check the Pentagon engine. That's all dry. So then we're going to work on that for a bit. Right, I need a technical paint. Gareth, get Indomitus. If you play Space Marines, get Indomitus. It's such a good deal. However, that said, if you don't want the Necrons, I don't know, because I think Necrons are going to be difficult to... Well, they won't be difficult to shift, I don't think. It's just, as with all things, they're the secondary army. You know, they're the ones that people are less you're gonna find a lower market for them. That's why I'm starting Necrons. Well, I've always fancied Necrons, but I keep getting told no Necrons by the girls. There literally are no Necrons all the time. Right, what I'm doing now is I've got my Pentagon engine here, and I'm dry brushing it with Necron Compound. It has been previously washed with Null Oil and then Agrax Earthshade, because I think this gives a really, really dirty, industrially metal. And as the law says, you know, they literally take whatever materials are available to build penitent engines. In this case, in this particular one, they've got wood and stuff involved as well. So, so I've gone with a really horrible metal. I must admit, I was tempted to give it a whole thing in Iron Warriors, but I decided in the end to just stick with lead belcher and really wash it down. So it's got a nice wash. Did fancy giving this Kron's Tech M to convince her to get into, but she'd only go for Slanesh. Fair enough. I need to blow my nose at some point. But, you know, for some Abaddon Black. Where's my palette gone? There's my palette. Trying to get the casing for this painted black. The Pentadent engine was actually the thing that intimidated me the most. I don't know why, it just felt like, you know, you're looking at it like, oh, there's so many details on there. And then when you read the fluff and stuff, it's like, actually, less is more, you know, dirty, inconvenient. And it's like, actually, you do want it kind of subdued and not that well kept, so you can cheat a bit on the details. But yeah, the Primaris from Indomitus, I had a look at not Joss's Indomitus boxes. He got sent 2 from Games Workshop with his order. Beautiful models, really are some of the best. I mean, I get why it's not a starter set, mind. I'll say that. I get why it's not a starter set, because I don't think it's a great... I mean, maybe half of those models will end up in the starter set, but there's some models in there that I'm like looking at and I'm thinking, you know what, you aren't great for a starter set. You're very not... Basically, the whole veteran-y aspect of it. You know, like the Blade Guards. I look at them and I'm like, I don't know if you're really starter box set stuff. I think maybe you're more, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe you're more, you know, more, I don't know. Just not quite that. Alright, so let me see where we are at now. Oh, we're at £300. Gareth Wayne has put in 10 quid. Thank you, Gareth. Amazing guy. I will add you to the raffle tickets now. Because we are doing giveaways. Right, Gareth. So you're going from 249 to 259. Yeah, so far we've done quite well. We've raised a total of, if I include the gift aid, £356.25. Thank you, guys. You are amazing. You are incredible. I thought £200 was taking it too far, but Jesus, guys, I'm made up. Thank you. Thank you. You are amazing, every single one of you. Even those who've only given a quid. I don't know. Some people may have, but yeah, it's brilliant. Every little penny helps to make, you know, the lives of young people who, you know, are seriously ill a bit better. So I'm just going to move these all around. So I can bring in... So I can have a bit of tidy up. So I don't need that for now. Done with that for now. Still need that for a bit later. Right. Done with that. Just getting some paints clear off the table. I'm going to have the drink because I'm thirsty. And I should probably have a snack. going to do a little... While some of this stuff is thinking, I'm adding the live stream to the Just Eating page. Twitch. What is our Twitch thing? I always forget. It's Edge of Empire podcast, I think. I dropped my keyboard over there before, didn't I? In my next comfort break, I'm going to be going upstairs to get another keyboard. Not keyboard, yeah, it's Edge of Empire podcast. I'm just adding this to the Just Giving page. Right, that's perfect. Excellent. Right, now I'm going to pop this into the Battle Bunker group because I was supposed to do that earlier. Don't open another window. Didn't want to open another window. I just wanted to open up another. Ah! I hate this new Facebook layout. It's horrible. Sorry, I'm just tapping a post. Sorry, gone silent for a bit. Ba. Right, get that tiny URL. Sorry, I'm doing boring stuff. Right. Post that on my page. Oh, not attach a file. Oh, I killed my computer. my personal, my actual computer has died. So I've got to restart it. Blue screen of death. Okay, so I'll get on with some other stuff in the meantime. Right, what was I doing? So no music. Laptop's still running. That's got the actual streaming on it. Let's get some Balthazar Gold onto the Penitent engine. So big nice bit here onto the Flamer. The guards, all the decorative bits. So we're doing Balthazar Gold onto all the decorative bits. Fuel tanks. Keep it simple. Keep it looking mucky. So I will be out, unable to join in your chat for a few minutes as I restart my computer. I think maybe it's overheated. I need to sort out a better ventilation situation for it. To be fair, it's not a very great computer. It's kind of fully aparty. Very fully aparty. Right, let's try powering that back up again. Give it a little time to cool down. There we go, starting back up again. Yeah. If I could afforded something better, I would have got something better, but definitely something I want to do something about in the next few years. It's got to get a better computer. Make it work properly and actually play some, and actually, you know, it'd be nice to play some games on it. So starting this up. Oh, yep, we're at the login screen now. Again. There we go. Start it up. Just takes a minute to get up and running, and then I can get back into the chat. Yeah, so I got all these decorative items with the Balthazar Gold. And so this is the one item that scared me the most. Just 'cause there's so much detail to it, but it did turn out that actually simplicity was better when I painted up the test model. So I'm back into Discord. Twitch has got a... Every single time I launch the Twitch app on Windows, it asks for permission to do stuff, and it's like, why? That is just annoying. I just want to open up an app and have it open. Friend request on Epic Games. Benjamoniacus. Okay. To be honest, I only got Epic Games because they give away free games. I don't buy anything on them. But I don't play computer games very often. lots of little decorative rails and stuff on here. So we're into Discord. I'm going to launch Facebook now. So my message went through to Chilling Water Gamers. Prometheum tank. Yep, restore Chrome, restore your Windows. And we'll open up the music again in a moment. Right. Go to my profile. And we're in. Right, restream chat. Well, if anybody knows Henry or Pedro, tell them to get in contact. Chat is waiting for new messages. So I can't see what messages have been said while I've been away. So let's have a look on Twitch. Age of Empires channel. Let's see if people have said anything on Twitch while I've been away. Just says welcome to the chat room. So if you have sent a message on Twitch, I've in the last 10 minutes I will have missed it, so sorry. Unless I log off here and log into log in as Age of Empire, probably. But then you lose my witty chat. I should probably actually do that, because I am administering it. I think I've got less admin rights on here, as it were. Right. So let's get this. This is actually a really nice model. Painting this has got me, you know, painting these, the one I did the other day, has got me going, you know what, I'm going to get a multi-part set eventually. I wasn't gonna, I was just going to have the one, but I think I really want a multi-part set now. Get some slight variation on it. Maybe get some water factors. Time is it? 3:30. I think what we should do soon then is I should probably get a snack and an energy drink and probably run another giveaway. So if you want in on the giveaway, I will pop the I'm gonna go log out and log out of my personal account on Twitch and log in on the Age of Empire account, so I can do proper stuff, and I'm gonna pop in there the prize list. So not fancy like the amazing Cutthroat Cure. Again, great painter actually. Andrew, who's been chatting with us on Facebook, chatting away with us on Facebook, introduced me to the guy. And oh, I've got a bit of gold on the black, and I gotta say, really talented painter, really nice guy. Paints a lot of cool stuff and is really open to explaining techniques and stuff, and I actually think he is a fantastic painter. If I lived in America, if I had money, I would certainly give him a piece of, something to paint. He was painting, last time I saw him paint, he was painting Mephiston in a slightly different scheme, and I thought it was brilliant. It was brilliant. It was really brilliant. Alright, so that's those done. Now I'm going to grab some Corvus Black. Love Corvus Black. It's a fantastic paint, but I am going to have to put it on the shaker. It gets really thick. Helps if I press down the button properly. Sorry about this. I can... It needs a bit more watering down the... Oops, sorry, not the microphone. It's a really, really good paint. Really, really good paint, but it is terrible for thing. But it's good as a base paint. But should I get the air paint? I don't know. Right, I'm going to log out of Twitch. First of all, as me. And I'm going to log in. Right, so Battle Bunker. I'm going to put this into the Battle Bunker group. Right. This is where I have to look up passwords. Because I'm terrible. Twitch has always been a pain in my bum. I'm terrible for remembering passwords because I got a little brain injury. That's why I don't work full time. Move my keyboard away so you can't see me typing it in. And I have to keep my passwords relatively simple so that I can remember them. But quite rightly, I suppose, helps if I put in the right. They're sending me a code. Right, I'm logged in, so I'll be able to admin this chat properly, I guess. 6 of you are watching. You're nutters. I'm gonna have to bathroom break shortly though. Grab an energy drink. My pills are on the screen, lol. My pills are on the screen? Oh, yeah. Pills. Yeah, I take a lot of pills. So maybe I'll just alter that camera ever so slightly so I can see the floor. No, I take a lot of pills. Take a lot of pills for various reasons. Right. Okay, I can see the chat now. Okay, right. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. Sharing this to a couple of groups. A couple of local gaming groups. I think that's it. I don't want to do spammy. I don't want to be too spammy. Right. I'm going to take a quick comfort break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So I'll just do a BRB. Okay, I'm back. Megan, you asked me what did I do to your desk. I literally put everything that was on my desk that was going to get in the way there. I am sorry. It was just... I'm in trouble. Right, back to the red robes. I'm going to wash these, but I'm going to use a contrast paint to do it. Flesh Terror's Red. That's completely not what I was doing, wasn't it? I was working on the Penitent engine. Oh well, these are getting done now. Well, once these are done, I can go back to the Penitent engine. I managed to miss that sister completely. I managed to miss her. I'm using Flesh Terror's Red on the red robes because I think it looks mint. Oh no, she goes over here. That's how I'm doing it. When I am at a resting point, when I've got stuff that I need to crack on with, I probably will have a bit of a tidy up of Megan's desk because Lindsay's going to join me and do some stuff later. She might be building some stuff, she might be painting some stuff, she might be just playing Animal Crossing. We don't know. Loads of stuff to tidy up in the armour because I'm terrible. I've got very poor hand control as a result of the brain injury, so I do make plenty of mistakes. That's why I have to keep my painting reasonably. That's why I can't. The second highlight, you know, further highlights for me is usually just a big no. It's not going to happen. I just don't have fine control. I mean, maybe someone could teach me to be better, but I don't have that capacity myself. I think that's a bad thing. I paint to a standard I can manage. I enjoy painting to that standard. And you don't have to be good at something to find enjoyment in it. I'm fearing a rejection of an objectionable comment from Megan about her desk at some point. Don't worry, your desk will be perfectly spiffingly clear when you get back, and the only thing left on it will be your Storm Boys. So this will really help my target for this year, my resolution. I do this thing, I've been doing it the last couple of years, called Paint Hammer. It's run by Jessica, Jewel Knight Jess, on Twitter and Instagram, who is an incredible commission painter. Love her work, great, and she's a really good community person. She's really great at encouraging people to paint to the best of their ability and to have enjoyment. Brilliant lady, absolutely love her to bits. And she does, and she organises a Paint Hammer 2020, as we call it on Twitter. You fill out your forms of all what you've painted, you share it with her, and you paint towards some goals that you've set yourself. My goals this year was to paint more models than I painted last year. So that is, I wanted to paint as many models as I painted last year. So I wanted to paint 867 models this year. I missed a bit of her robe at the bottom there. And the bad thing is, well, I don't know if it's a bad thing, but I also missed a bit of her robes that are just above the belt there. The thing is, I'm actually going to smash that target. I think I'm going to absolutely hammer that target in, because I'm currently painted 822 models, and this is going to add another 25. So yeah, that's a bit eek. Very eek. It's like my target last year was simply to paint a model for each day of the year, and I ended up painting twice as many. Yeah. Anyway, back to corn red to get the bits I missed. Actually, tidying up Megan's desk would help me with having somewhere for my models to sit. Where's the corn red gone? Where's the corn red gone? There's the corn red. Bit of water. Right, so let's get these two with bits I've missed. So I've just missed a bit where it goes above the belt here. That's not a big deal. The Canoness, I missed the whole bottom inside of her robe. Very difficult to get to. You know, I know some people advocate painting off the bases, but it's not. I've tried it. Never been able to get away with it. It's the same with painting on sprue. A lot of people are like, you know, you should paint on the sprue, and I've never been able to get away with it. Never been able to do it and get a result I enjoy with. The only thing I've ever been able to paint on the sprue with was actually the armor panels for Adeptus Titanicus. But that's just the way that the guy, you know, who designed them, and they work really well for that. They were designed with that in mind. It was fantastic. Amazing piece of design work. You know, obviously with modelling, to get great poses and get great looks, sometimes you've got to make compromises about what is easy and what is not easy to paint. But the Adeptus Titanicus stuff, absolutely zero compromises. At least that's the way I found it. Gotta wait for those to dry. In the meantime, I'll grab me Corvus Black. I'll start putting some Corvus Black details down. So this just needs watering down a bit more than I would normally do. Sometimes what I do with these is actually I water it down. I actually put Lima Medium in this in the paint lid. It's a technique I learned from, oh, I can't remember her name. She's a heavy metal painter. She was a heavy metal painter. I think she still might be. I'm not sure actually. Oh, that's what I've done. And I saw her talking on Twitter, and someone was complaining about the paint bottles, and someone said, well, this is a good part. This is a reason why I like the paint bottles. And I recognised the name. She was a, and this is where my memory issues come to the forefront. I'm telling you now, I recognise her name, but what it is, I couldn't tell her. Couldn't tell you. And she said, well, what I do is I mix some water or lime medium into the paint lid like that, and I had the added advantage of it also, when you close it, whatever water you've added, if it's not being used up, gets added to the pot and continues to help thin it down to make it easier for next time. And it's actually quite a good little trick. It was funny because someone then came on and saying, what on earth would you know? That's a terrible idea. That makes no sense whatsoever. You're an idiot. Be quiet about painting. And then she just shared some article, a picture of an article from White Dwarf with her as a heavy metal painter, and he went very quiet after that. I do like it when idiots get owned. Well, every time I see a technique shared by people like heavy metal and they're like, oh, this is a really easy technique, you should try this, it's great. I try it, I often manage to screw it up so badly it's unreal. So I tend not to try too many of their tricks. But you find what works for you. When it comes to painting, you find what works for you. No two people's way of painting is the same, nor should it be. No two people's way of painting is necessarily any better. Well, I mean, unless you me, in this case, all my ways of painting are terrible. But you know, guys, crack on. If you love painting and you're terrible at it, doesn't matter, as long as you enjoy it. I've always been a proponent of, you know, the joy of painting. Bob Ross. The joy of painting is more important than the result. You know, you see on groups. I'm a member of many Facebook groups, many Warhammer Facebook groups, including some which are specifically for wargamers with disabilities. And you see people on there posting pictures, and you know, no offense, they look like pictures that they look like something that I would have done with an animal paints when I was about 6 to figures, because I painted wargaming figures from a very young age. And you know what? I don't care that it looks like that. I think that once you get colour on a model, you improve it by, you know, 500%, no, 1000% over someone who chose not to paint their models. And if you're and as long as you enjoy doing it, it's all good with me. I think that's the key here. Enjoy doing it. Right. Let me get the Flesh Terrors red onto these robes. And then I'm gonna hit on a couple of these Arcoflagellant skin. contrast paints. I absolutely love them. They're great They're great for washing stuff. Brilliant for washing stuff. No, Games Workshop did the battle ready videos and it used a lot of contrast paints for recess washing, and you know what? It was really good, really good. I tried out the Ultramarines one. That was actually quite not too bad. Yes, back to the Arco-Flagellants. I'm going to touch up the Arco-Flagellants. So we're going to start off with Deepkin Flesh. So we're going to get the Arco-Flagellant skin, at least two. Well, actually, we'll do the lot. We'll do all three of them. We can get their skin up. So we got the dirty, really dirty one first. So it's just now painting the high areas with Deepkin Flesh. Just makes him look really unhealthy. However, there's my Deepkin Flesh. And I imagine if you've had your arms lopped off and electrodes implanted into your brain to make you turn you into one of these guys, that you are going to be pretty unhealthy. I do like Deepkin Flesh. It's really good for nasty, unhealthy skin. Are we actually transmitting on Facebook? Oh yeah, I am. So I just saw it in the background there and it looked like I wasn't. Managed to mix some black into there accidentally. Start again. Well, I haven't thought what I'm going to do for the scarring on these guys. I think I'm going to go with, because the scarring needs to be a bit darker, so I might I have to think on that. Screamer pink might be a bit too extreme. Maybe like the darker skinned ones and go Bugman's Glow. Ugh, he looks very unhealthy. So he is done, and then we'll do the next one. I might even work on highlighting them now that the so paint on the Deepkin Flesh. So this was Iron Rack Skin or Deepkin Flesh. Iron Rack. So the first one was Iron Rack, and then washed with Agrak's Earthshade, and this one is is a phone in camera. A red wash is worth nice. Oh yeah, actually yeah, maybe. Yeah, actually that's probably going to work really well. It's just a slight, just a little bit of like Caribou Crimson or. See, it's always helpful to these groups. See, I'm terrible at colour theory and stuff and working out what works well together. I depend a great deal on people who've already gone before me and tried stuff. Very much dependent on that. What I might, it's like I'm trying to work out in my head, because you know we've got a lot of new paints and not everybody has come to grasp with them yet, is I'm trying to work out what would be a great way. I want to do my Deathcore Krieg, and I've been looking at what's the colour? Krieg Kakai. Is it Krieg Kakai? No. Deathcore Drab. Deathcore Drab. Not specifically because it's got Deathcore in the name. Well, that did bring me towards it, but because it looks like a proper military green. You know, it's a proper, almost World War II, almost German green, and I like that. Oh, I've got a message here from. Oh, that's Necromunda chat. That's the guys who do who I talk about Necromunda with. Not that I have actually played a game of the new version yet. I've got loads of stuff for it. Just haven't played a game yet because it's like one of those things, you know. I never get enough time to go down the club. Usually because I'm absolutely brassic. You know, spend all my money on models instead. A noble for the escort scenario. Fair enough. Looks really nice, actually. That is mask. Okay. Yeah, red tint. I will give that a try. Probably use just a little bit of a Caribou Crimson there. I've never seen the Deathcore in a bright punk styling. Maybe it's time. Huh. It's an idea. It's an idea, but I don't know. Oop, sorry. Right, I'm going to pop this away, and I'm going to get me out a few of the colours that I need. I have to have a bit of a tidy up shortly. Right, and leave the wood over here. Right, let's get some Blood Reaver flesh onto our darker skinned Arcoflagellant, and I may as well do the darker skinned Repentia as well. These are really nice models, so full of detail. Absolutely love them. And they look kind of crazy too. But I suppose that's kind of the idea, isn't it? Never seen Deathcore. Bright punk styling. I have been doing some for my mate Nikki in a kind of in a color scheme from one of the color schemes from the Siege of Vrax book, I think it is. Been enjoying them, and it's made me like I'll do my own deathcore at some point soon. I will. Right, okay. His skin is done. I'll swap back on the dark skins. Some Blood Reaver flesh. Yep. That's a very nice colour. I do like Blood Reaver flesh. It's a very nice colour. These guys are wearing shoes though, so got to pick a shoe colour yet. Right. Now we're going to do her highlighting. So our first lot of highlighting for the day. And do the highlights for the dark skin and then the light skin on the flagellants. So we're using Night Questor flesh. So I'm just getting a knuckles. Down here. Okay. The high point of the point to the muscle creases. Gotta find a good place for this camera to lie, because right now you're not seeing what I'm doing. Let's see if that helps any better. I think I'm happy with her. I think, no, I got to do this arm. I think this arm needs a bit of... Yep, I'm happy with her. And then we'll do the highlighting on our dark-skinned Archer Flagellant. That's a bit of metal. Get his toes. I think I'm going to grab Bogman's Glow and do his scars at the same time. Yeah. it's just a bit muscle in this, a bit sinew. Right, okay, he's done. What I'm going to quickly do now, test Scotius. That will be Mr. Barry, I think. Right, Bugman's Glow. So it's not all the base coats and... So is that all the base coats and transfers done? No, I wish. What am I looking for? Bugman's Glow, Bugman's Glow, Bugman's Glow. I'm going to try. No, there's quite a few of the base coats and shades done, but not everything is done yet. Ah, yeah, that's a better colour for scarring on dark skin. Megan was right. Cadian flesh tone was way too... Scott's your actual name. I know, but you're working a sensitive job, as it were. You know? You're always telling us not to use your real name because you don't want the kids finding out and stuff. Makes perfect sense. I'm just doing the scarring on this archroflagellant, and then I'll move on and do the Sister Repenta with the dark skin. A little scar under there. One little scar under here. And yeah, that's us done. That's him done. So I'll take him off the stand, the crank, and grab my Sister Repentia. I do love these 28mm bases. They're really, really cool. I'm sure she had some scarring. Yeah, just a few little bits of scars. Mostly on her legs. There's only a couple of little bits. Okay, so she's done. Now we're going to highlight up the two lighter skinned archroflagellants, which we're using Pallid Witch Flesh. Put it on a bit of thing, and I've just seen there's a hair there, so I don't want to get the hair caught in my need a bit more water than that. This has gotten... Right. Let's get their toes done. So she is done. Not much to highlight on there. And the other one. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of Carabao Crimson. Luckily it was one of the ones I had down. And we're going to do the scars on these. Ah, yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you, Icaliant. Might have to do another prize draw soon. So how's prep for September with Company of Legends coming then? Excited? Yes, I am always excited for Company of Legends. It's one of the highlights of my year. I'm not going to tell a lie. Having you guys come and spend, you know, time playing games, and putting on that show for you is incredible. I mean, here's the thing. I started Company of Legends because I wanted to play games with people over a weekend. Unfortunately, I don't get to play games over the weekend because I'm too busy organising it. But, you know, not much I can do about that. It's just, you know, part of the course. Preparations, mostly great. Though, to be honest, there's not a lot to do right now because we're waiting for the answer whether we can actually go ahead or not. I've sent the venue a message the other day asking what the situation is. I think I just... Did my computer just crash again? Ah. Okay, so my computer's just crashed again. Fantastic. It's getting very hot down there. It's getting very hot in here. I'm probably running too much stuff. So I can't see the chat again. Typical. I probably will be taking a break very soon, however. A proper break. Because I should get something down me soon. I am diabetic. So I do need to thingy. So I can't see the chat right now. Oh, wait a minute. Could I log into the chat on the laptop? Oh, that's a good point. YouTube chat. I'll try and log in on the laptop so I've still got a reliable form of it. Yeah, thanks mate. The red bit of red wash of these scars is absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely fantastic. Is that restream chat open yet? I think what I might have to do is, it's probably because I'm running video on two lots of video and chat and stuff on the computer all at the same time. As I said, it's not a very good computer. So what I might have to do then is grab my iPad to run Facebook chat in. Yeah, that red wash idea for the scars. Absolutely phenomenal. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Right. Get back in. Alexa, what time is it? Oh, I've got a clock right there.
It's 4:18 p.m.
Right, tell you what, I'm going to keep going until 4:30 and then I'm going to get a 10-minute break. At which point I'll interrupt the stream and stuff. So we've got that there. Right, restream chat, so I can get back in the chat here. Settings. Log out. Just logging into the when I logged in on this my computer, it made me go through several of these capture things. That's a lot of right. Verify that. Yeah, okay, I'm back in the chat. So anything you say now, I will see. Right, what am I doing? What do I need to do? I need to do something on this. I need to do wood. I need to do wood on this guy. So dried bark, and then I can wash him. Oh, I also want to do his purity seals as well, because that gets the same wash. Because when my sister's a battle, I'm actually, because of the red that's already on there for the cloaks and the guns, I'm actually doing my purity seals slightly differently. I'm actually doing them in a wine colour. So I'm doing them in Galvoback red, washed in oil, and then highlighted with demonette hide. I think it looks great. So it's a bit different to what you would normally get. I mean, it's not the most standy out. It doesn't pop, but I think it works. Right. That's him done there. That needs to dry. I think I'm at a point where, because I'm going to be taking a break, there's not much point in starting something particularly big. So what I am going to do is I'm going to work slightly on another model. Just for a moment. I'm going to work on something else. But it is related. Right. As I said, we're going to have a break. I'm going to grab my iPad so I can put Facebook chat on that and try and reduce down the load on my PC, my poor PC. I'm going to dry brush Iron Hand Steel onto the repressor. And this is just to tidy up where the Basilicon and grey wash has been. I think I'm going to have to go in with some Iron Hand Steel just to do a bit tidy up on places where I was a little bit more messy. This just helps tidy it up a lot. So there's a couple of places where it'd be a bit more messy than a dry brush is going to help, but there's only a couple of bits like that. Now for the turrets. I was saying earlier on, I actually find air paints fantastic for dry brushing. Just that tiny little bit better than a dry paint sometimes. Or sorry, not a dry paint, because dry paints are great. Just that tiny little bit better than a standard paint for dry brushing with. Yeah, that's a lot better. Right. So what I'm going to do now is just take some Iron Hand Steel Air and just hit a few patches where I was a little bit too heavy with messy with the wash. It's only a few places, mind. And a lot of it's where the dry brush is going to struggle to get to. And there are others where I've just been way too heavy-handed. Oh, I haven't done the dozer blade. So but before I go away, we are going to do a giveaway. Or shall I do a giveaway when we get back? What the cat? Causing havoc is our Bonnie. There's just a bit on there. Right. I'm a bit worried about the I'm a bit worried about the repressor. I'm just not sure if it's going to be, you know, overly gaudy with the whole silver scheme, but yeah, what do I know? Just give this a bit of a tidy up. That's better. But now we're going to go and give it a highlight by dry brushing it with Stormhost Silver. I'm probably going to need another tissue just to make sure. Right. So, give this a dry brush. Oh, close the Iron Hand Steel. Don't want to accidentally knock that over or anything because I haven't been paying attention. Just a quick highlight with Iron Hands with Stormhost Silver. And onto the heavy bolter turret. Now time for the main vehicle itself. Oh, that looks nice. So I have primed this in lead belcher. I have then painted it in Iron Hand Steel. Then recess shaded it with Basilicanium Grey. And now I'm giving it a dry brush of Stormhost Silver. Sorry, I gave it a dry brush first of Iron Hand Steel just to help tidy it up. And now I'm giving it a dry brush of Stormhost Silver. It's going to be a very, very gaudy vehicle, I think. But that's what happens when you choose a gold or silver army. Gotta remember to hold this where the camera can see what I'm doing. It doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look. I just had these images of it being this awful silver mess. It actually doesn't look too bad. It'll look better once it's got some other colours on it. I mean, I've got to do the working metals yet. They're going to be lead belcher. I might do the tracks in Iron Warriors actually. Yeah, I think I'll do the tracks in Iron Warriors. Again, break up that detail with different tones of silver metal. So like the working metallics, like the guns and the sensor arrays and what have you, they're going to be lead belcher. But I'm gonna do the tracks in Iron Warriors again, just to give more colour variation. But still keeping it within the right, you know. Right, look, right now for the dozer blade. And basically once I've done this, I'm going to go take a 10-minute break to use the ablutions, grab a snack, and again pause the stream so it's not too large for Facebook, and Facebook goes, nah, I'm not having this on me thing. So I shall be back in about 10 minutes. Change me water as well. Right. Bye bye.